This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser.
participants, welcome to our today's live. I am Bianca and I will be your live host for today. You might be wondering what I am doing here. Well, this is our moment to warm up before we head off to the plenary session. This will take place every day for the next 5 days. We will start with a session like this where we will be able to meet some interesting guests from the World Scout Bureau Asia Pacific region to reflect on the previous day and take a look at what we have on today's program. We'll also take this opportunity to be inspired by these incredible people. So, are you all ready? If yes, let's do this. Our very first guest is our conference expert for the day. He will explain to us what is going to happen and clear some questions that we all might have in mind. So, a very warm welcome to today's conference expert, Shri Prasanna Shivastava, the Director of Organizational Development of the World Scout Bureau Asia Pacific region.
Thank you for having me here today, Bianca. I do agree that I have been coordinating the Asia Pacific Eagle Scout conferences for almost about 2 decades. However, stating to be an expert, I believe, is just a little bit exaggerating or overstatement. Considering the complexity of the conferences, as well as continuous development in the event management, we need to have continuous learning and understanding the needs of our people as well as the standards of the events management.
Can you give us a brief background of your role for this conference? We understand that you are the co-lead for this event, and I have heard that it has been a challenging process.
Yes, you may say that my role in this conference as a co-lead. However, in terms of conference organization, my role in this conference is of conference administrator and agenda coordinator. Yes, I must admit that it has been a challenging job, but at the same time, an interesting process for the Asia Pacific Support Center team, because we have to rethink the whole program and we have to replan when it was decided that to postpone the conference last August 2021, and later part not to hold it as in person, rather to have it virtual, which really made us the whole job quite challenging. So we really have to be innovative and swift in the quickest possible time and means to deliver a legitimate and interesting program to all the members and adapt to the changing realities of this world.
That was amazing. So I really want to know, what are your expectations for this first day? Are you nervous or are you excited?
Of course, I'm excited, and I believe that the delegates are much more excited, and this is the first ever virtual conference. The conference is a constitutional organ of the region, and therefore the agenda of the conference is formulated as guided by the Constitution. Said so, there are certain agenda items that are constitutional, and others are based on the needs of the region and expectations of the National Scout organizations. I believe with our collective efforts, we can achieve together what we envisioned as we start to roll and unfold another milestone in the history of our APR Scout conferences.
Oh yes, I hope it is going to be a great day for all of us. Actually, hosting the largest APR virtual conference is an honor for me. So, can you tell us more about this conference? As I am looking up in today's agenda, I will not be surprised to see a fully loaded schedule of events.
Oh yes, Bianca. In fact, I am also very happy that we have come to a virtual conference, because this has given an opportunity for many more young people like you. And for sure, with all your expertise And the great work that you are doing, such as this initiative that you have taken off behind the scenes, is something new to the conference. And I'm sure that with all of you, this conference will be a great success. With regards to the agenda of this conference, as I said earlier, the agenda is directed by the Constitution also, and therefore there will be certain constitutional directive agenda items such as the election of the Regional Scout Committee members who will be working in between the two conferences. The necessary amendment that has been proposed in the Constitution will be approved by this conference. From the regional perspective also, the plan will be approved by this conference for 2022 to 2025. In addition, there will be sharing of best practices by the National Scout Organization in the last triennium, as well as collaboration with the partners through their presentations. There will be few capacity building inputs so that all our members are updated. As well, there will be opportunity through breakout groups for all the members to share their thoughts and contribute in the development of scouting in the region. In view of what we can do more as scouts, how can we create an impact in this changing world? Focusing on the theme of the conference, adapting to a changing world. And it's true, agenda is as usually fully loaded in order to maximize the time of the key NSA leaders who otherwise normally are busy persons.
I just know that there is more to that. Can you tell us a little bit of what more is going to happen today?
As the first day, yesterday was more focused on building the foundation for the conference, starting from ceremonial opening, introducing the delegates and the guests, an overview of the accomplishment of the region in the last triennium through the reports, including the financial statements, also fulfilling some of the constitutional requirement as an acceptance of the rules of procedures, appointments, etc. Today, the second day will start with some capacity building inputs on WASM initiatives such as data portals, safe from harm, WASM services, and the APR Scout Bazaar. The most interesting for me, for which I wait a long time, is the address of the Secretary General and the World Scout Committee Chairman, which will also happen today. As you know, we have two ancillary events to the conference, that is the Youth Forum and the course for leader trainers. The reports from the two leaders of these events will also be presented to the conference, as well as our Asia Pacific Regional Scout Foundation President will share the report on the progress of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Foundation. In addition to that, another interesting agenda item today is the election of the Regional Scout Committee members. There are in total of 9 candidates, out of which 5 candidates will be elected to serve as the Regional Scout Committee members for the next triennium, followed by the action time presentation from 7 national scout organizations on COVID responses, GSAT, WASM services, and so on. And the day will end by ending the anxiety of the delegates by having the announcement of the elected members to the Regional Scout Committee. I think that's all, Bianca, for the day.
Wow, that was a full-packed schedule. As I am looking at the agenda again, I see a lot of activities. Does this mean that there's still a lot of activities or things happening outside our plenary session? Can you tell us a bit more about these?
With a 6 hours long day of the conference, the evenings are dedicated to the fellowship activities. This provides networking opportunities to the delegates and the participants of the conference. However, as I said before, each activity is organized with a purpose in order to maximize the time of the participants that they spend here. However, these evening activities are in very relaxed manner and in an informal setting. For tonight, we will have the 7th gathering of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Foundation. This gathering is organized in every conference to provide opportunity for all those who are members of the foundation and have contributed. And in this particular gathering, they would be presented a report of the foundation where they can see how their contribution is making a difference in the people's life, as well as it provides them an opportunity to come together and share their experiences and contribute more. And that will be the last activity of the day, Bianca.
All right. This made me curious, Prasanna, with so many events happening. Do we have replays of the session in case some of our participants missed it?
So that's a great question, Bianca. Yes, there will be live telecast on Facebook and YouTube through the Asia Pacific region, and this will also be available for replays also.
Okay, one last question. Do you have any advice that you want to give to our participants?
Well, I will urge all the delegates and participants of this conference to actively participate in each activity of this conference, as your contributions and decisions taken in this conference will direct all of us in the next triennium. Another one, for the last 2 years, working virtually, and now it has almost become a habit. But what we have learned here, that please do take small breaks. Do not keep sitting too long. Just stand up. Even if you cannot leave the screen, stand up, take out your specs, enjoy for a while on the sessions that are going on. Keep a water bottle next to you. Have some coffee and tea in between. Also stretch a little bit once in a while and sip some water. This event will have a lot of screen time. Yet, as scouts, we always enjoy and have fun. Keep taking on the screenshots and sometimes putting on the social media. But in doing so, don't forget to put the hashtag 27th APR Scout Conference and adapting to the changing world. And with this, I think I will say thank you, Bianca, for giving me this opportunity to share and taking this initiative. I would also like to request each and everyone have fun and enjoy the conference.
Prasanna, thank you so much again for joining us here today, and I will see you around. We have heard a lot from our conference expert for today. Stay tuned with us and watch us live. See you!
It's a brand new day! Welcome back, conference! Welcome to the second day of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference.
It is good to be back, Bianca. I hope our participants were able to take a good rest after a successful opening of the conference yesterday. Now, before we proceed to our conference, I'd like to ask you, what was your most favorite part from yesterday's session? Kindly share your answers in the chat box and let us know. What about you, Bianca? What was your most favorite part of the session yesterday?
You know, Celeste, to be honest, it's really quite hard to choose a favorite part. But generally, I think it would be the successful conduct of the opening ceremony. And of course, how can I forget us as young people who are hosting and presiding the biggest regional gathering of national and regional leaders of the Asia Pacific region. How about you, Celeste?
Well, Bianca, that is exactly the same for me. You know, to stand in this kind of setup, a live production with all of the lights, all of the cameras, that is indeed a great and fulfilling experience for me. Now, what about to our conference? I think we are already receiving some answers in here. Let's read. I think others are saying they loved the triennial reports, the chairman's speech, the outdoor setting. Yes, I also love the vibrant colors of the outdoor settings. And, oh, young people hosting and presiding. Thank you so much, everyone. At this point, can we please have a quick group photo? All right, so we are receiving some answers. Keep them coming. Thank you so much.
Now, at this point, we will now resume with the conference proper. I will now turn you over to our presiding officers, the newly elected chairperson of the APR Regional Youth Representatives, Dayan Eden I. Villases, and Sean Marie Pritel Patnubay.
Thank you, Bianca and Celeste. Welcome to the second day of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference. By the authority vested upon me as your presiding officer, this conference is now in session. We have a lot of input session in store for you this afternoon, including the address of Ahmad Alendawi, Secretary General of the World Organization of the Scout Movement. To get the ball rolling, allow me to introduce our friends who will share capacity building initiatives for national scout organizations in the following areas of work: NSO Data Portal, Safe from Harm, Bosom Services, and Scout Bazaar. For our first speaker, may we call on the Manager for Knowledge Management of the World Scout Bureau Global Support Center, Linda Rainbow, to present to us the NSO Data Portal. Linda, take it away.
Knowledge Management Database, the WUSM Members Portal, which includes our directory and data portal. To help share these updates with you, Kirill will actually be joining me, along with our colleague Paolo from the Asia Pacific Regional Support Center. So, what is the purpose of the Members Portal, we might ask? This platform is a critical transformation for the Scout movement, allowing us to digitalize the management of our membership information to ensure all data is centrally located and easily accessible. The WUSM Members Portal is a space that NSO leadership like yourselves can easily access information pages about core areas of scouting, read the member news and circulars, and connect to the WUSM services. It also includes the World Scouting Directory and NSO Data Portal. Having our very own digital platform to bring all of this important data together has brought our organization forward in leaps and bounds in how we manage information of our national scout organizations. I can give you a quick example of this progress made, as only a couple of years ago, the directory was shared to all international commissioners through a PDF document on a periodic basis. Contact lists were also managed by each region. Now, the regions and global level are working together in one database, and NSOs have instant access to the full directory of World Scouting. Even better is that you, each NSO, can help us keep your own contacts up to date.
Wow, we have made some great progress, haven't we, Linda? Moving forward, while the purpose of the members portal has some big impacts for WOSM as a whole, it also has some key benefits for our member national scout organizations. One of these benefits is having a profile for your NSO, where you can see all of the key membership information that WOSM has for your organization in one online profile. This level of transparency helps you as an NSO leadership keep our records updated. I also like how the World Scouting Directory opens the doors to allow NSOs to connect and interact with each other. If an NSO wants to reach out to another NSO to learn about some best practices on safe from harm. For example, they can easily do that. Handy filters are available and even export of key contact information. Those two great points of how NSO can directly benefit and interact with the members portal, but having all of this information brought together and keep up to date ultimately has a much larger impact for NSOs as well. It offers us from World Scouting the ability to strengthen and tailor the support which provide to each NSO because we can have the most accurate data about scouting and better understanding their capacity.
This is fantastic, Paolo. Lots of great benefits. To make the most of this, though, we have some important expectations of each of our member National Scout organizations. The most important expectation is that you help us to keep your NSO's information up to date. I'm sure you'll hear that a few times in this presentation. Each official contact or designated member portal admin for an NSO has access to the members portal where they can edit and update certain data directly as soon as a change is made in their organization. Linked with that expectation is to ensure that you report on time. Kirill will talk in a moment about the NSO annual reporting requirements, but please make sure that on a yearly basis by the given deadline that all reporting for your NSO is completed. We all know that Kirill and Paolo are great at regularly following up and providing support, but let's make their task a little bit easier. Our third expectation is that you help us keep and manage the historical record of your organization on the members portal. This is good knowledge management practices for any organization, and having accurate records is crucial. And last but not least, we all need to ensure that data privacy practices are followed. This includes getting consent of individuals before adding their personal data to the directory, using the options to make information visible or not for the others, and removing information when it is no longer necessary. But ultimately, following the data privacy policy for our members portal and only using the data for scouting purposes. So with that, I'll hand back to Kirill to talk about the NSO annual reporting.
Thank you, Linda. As all NSOs should be aware, annual reporting is a constitutional membership obligation. This is not only an obligation within the WOSM Constitution, but it is also an obligation we have in our Constitution as being a member of the Asia-Pacific region. With this, each NSO has an obligation to submit the reporting requirements through us and through the members portal on a yearly basis. While it is a constitutional requirement, let's also remember all the great benefits we just discussed. The largest benefit being how this up-to-date and regular reporting can strengthen the support you receive from WOSM. Now, may I ask my colleague Paolo if you could walk everyone through what is involved with the annual reporting as a reminder.
Sure, I would be happy to do so. Each year in the spring, a circular is issued by the Global Support Center reminding NSOs of the requirements and process, including a deadline to complete the reporting by the updating or submitting the following requirements on the membership portal. Number one is the contact details of the NSO headquarters. It should be updated once you put it in the members data portal. Number two is the key appointments of the NSO leadership. Most importantly, identifying one or two official key contacts with WOSM. The membership census, including information about beneficiaries who have been impacted by scouting. And number four, but not the least, the annual report and financials for the previous year.
Great, thank you for sharing those requirements for the annual reporting. So let's take a moment to have a tour of the members portal to see really quickly how we can upload that all online. So on the members portal, we go to members.scout.org and we log in with our scout.org credentials. From here, you will access the directory where you have some great exports to help you out, and you can access your NSO profile. Here you can see the contact details for the NSO, the key appointments that Paulo mentioned, and some other information. If you need to update this information, you can edit your contact details for the organization. You can also go to the directory to search for specific people to update or view their profile. Here you can edit as the NSO admin, the contacts and appointments of people part of your organization. If you don't find the person in the directory already, you can of course create a person for your NSO as well. On the NSO data portal, you can see an overview of your NSO and you can submit your census and beneficiary information. From the data portal, you can also see an overview of your reporting compliance, and you can submit your annual report and your financial statement. So that's just a really quick introduction, and we have some longer tutorials that we will mention in a moment.
Now, dear Scout leaders, we hope you did not get overwhelmed about getting used to our new platform, as it is very easy to navigate. But of course, if you will be needing some extra support, we are always here for you. We have a great support team in place, including ourselves, who are giving this presentation, but also colleagues from regions working together to support all NSOs. You can reach us directly through our specific emails or by emailing reporting@scout.org for any assistance.
Yes, Karil. To add to the help of the support team, there are also a lot of resources online. So you can first try to address your needs through the online FAQs or the frequently asked questions, video tutorials, and even templates for completing your reports. This can be all accessed at scout.org/annual-reporting/admins. And I guess the most important, if someone in your NSO needs admin or view-only access to the members portal, this can be requested by the official contact emailing reporting@scout.org. We will grant the access through your scout.org user account. Back to you, Linda.
Perfect, thank you, Paulo. So before we wrap up our presentation, we wanted to take a moment to showcase the annual reporting compliance for 2021. Since the start of using the members portal the other year and expanding our support to NSOs, we have seen a huge increase in the reporting compliance. We of course still have a ways to go to reach 100%, but it's important to celebrate the achievements along the way. I'm sure you can all agree. At the global level, we currently have reached 53% of our 225 National Scout organizations and National Scout associations being fully compliant. And as a testament to all of your commitment, I am proud to announce that the Asia Pacific has reached a compliance of 87%. A huge congratulations to all of you. This means that 26 NSOs fully submitted their annual report and 4 NSOs are still pending to submit all or some of the requirements for the 2021 reporting cycle from Asia Pacific. So close to 100%.
That is so great to hear, Linda, and again, congratulations to our leaders in the region for making this happen. We hope that our presentation and learning more about the members portal have helped you in navigating our very own database. both in understanding your obligation as a member and also knowing all the benefits it can bring to yourselves and to the National Scout movement as a whole. We continue to work to digitalize and transform our processes for better transparency and management of our knowledge.
Wow, thank you so much, Karil and Paolo, for your time. And we thank you all to focus on learning about this WUSM members portal. Of course, if you have any questions coming out of this presentation, we don't have much time today, but please don't hesitate to contact our team, and we'll of course be more than happy to help you. I'll now hand back to the rest of the plenary session, and I hope you all have a great day and productive meeting.
Thank you, Linda, Paolo, and Karil for giving us such an insightful information about the NSO data portal. I am confident that with this input, there will be more engagement with NSOs, an expedient way of sharing information. Now we move on to the Safe from Harm. Let me introduce to you Juan Reig, member of the World Scout Committee, Fatima Aliyeva, Youth Advisor to the World Scout Committee, and Pauline Granjet, Manager, Child Protection and Safeguarding. Let us hear it from Juan, Fatima, and Pauline.
raises the risk of further perpetration of violence against the next generation of children in a vicious and destructive cycle. Who's responsible for that?
Okay, so as we've seen the video now, we'll have a short simulation of Salem Heart case. I'll read out first, and then we'll ask you to answer questions around it, which is after that. So let's imagine you're At the time, the National Scout Organization said they were exaggerating and reassigned the leader to another scout group. The parent is threatening you to share the story to the national press if you do not do anything. So now we want you to scan this QR and go to Slido. Or you can go to Slido and put this hashtag in, the one you see on the bottom of the screen. And we want you to reflect on these 3 questions.
And before you do that, we would like you to think that it really happens. So this is not an extreme situation that it's in the imagination. These things happen every day, and it can happen in every single National Scout organization. So please try to feel it as real as possible in order to give the most real answers.
Okay. So basically, we want you to answer these 3 questions. So how would you feel if this situation happened in your National Scout organization? You can answer by simply adding a word or a phrase, whatever you feel like. So like, would you feel upset, or would you feel angry or worried or something else? Yeah, I see concerned, threatened, yeah, alarmed, devastated, aware. Yeah, I see a lot of alarmed, I guess. It's getting bigger there. Yeah, ashamed, angry. Absolutely. And in case if you can't enter Slido for technical reasons now, you can always put your thoughts in the chat box. Shocked, of course. Thank you for your reflections, and let's move on to the next question now. How would you respond to such a situation? So what would be your first thought on response? Swiftly, okay. Yeah, it is also crucial to be calm and to not take, you know, just quick actions. Of course, it is important that we take immediate actions, but do it wisely at the same time. Investigate, for sure. Be transparent, need an action, listen, gather information. Yeah. Investigate is the most popular one here, is from what I see. But yes, all great answers. Thank you. And yeah, I think I'm passing to Juan here now.
Thank you, Fatima. Yeah, what we wanted you to realize with this exercise is that safe from harm is a need, because the reality is not as we would like it to be. So when we think about the danger for the young people. We sometimes think just in the very extreme situations that fortunately are less usual, but safe from harm is much wider. So we need to be conscious that child abuse can happen in every organization working with children. So any NSO can have cases of abuse on child. The reality is that WOSOM has supported NSOs in every region with safe from harm cases. It includes APR and with all the other regions. So everyone could have a case, and we have to need to be prepared first to prevent these cases and to minimize the options to have child abuse in our organization, and second, to react in the best way when this happens. Please don't forget that the young people have a right to be safe in scouting. It's our duty and our responsibility to provide a safe place for our young people. So we have to be committed with safe from harm. We cannot think that safe from harm is something for others. Every one of us have to be extremely and deeply involved and committed with safe from harm. And to understand the consequences. So primarily the first consequences and the most important for sure are for the young people, but child abuse cases are not, the impact is not limited to the young people that suffer the abuse. It's also for our organization, and it has an impact on legal challenges, reputational damage, and challenges for the NSO. So as you can imagine, when there are cases, as the legal challenge could include the lawsuits, police investigation, even bankruptcy. All these examples are real and are happening. Also, it impacts in our image towards the society and how the people think about scouting. People lose trust when these things happen. And we also lose supporters, partners, funders, so everyone that is around us feel affected when there are cases of child abuse. And of course, our organization will have damage. We will lose members. It will be international and internal mistrust, and the leadership will be questioned when these things happen. So child abuse is not just limited to the person that suffers it, it affects the whole organization when it happens.
Okay, so thank you very much, Juan. And I think this is a very important information to share, that it harms everyone. It doesn't harm only the victim, it harms also the NSO. It harms the trust that parents give to us. So this is really something that concerns all of us, and that is our responsibility to make sure it's happening. So safe from harm is of course happening at every level of our Scout movement and also in WUSM. And we have worked very hard in the last 3 years since the conference of 2017 adopted the World Safe from Harm policy to actually further develop our knowledge on safe from harm. So we developed a lot of safe from harm e-learnings. I'm sure all of you took the e-learning for the conference actually. We also developed guidelines for national policies and training resources. We are not expecting you to guess what you need to do, and we are always here to support. We also delivered over 70 services that are linked to safe from harm, mostly around developing a safe from harm policy. Again, you're not alone in this. The super team of consultants that we have is always very happy to help you. We developed also new partnerships that are outside of WUSM, especially with the UN. It's a way to have something that is stronger for us, and also to have an external advice on what we are doing. Of course, we also developed internal safe from harm procedures and structures that allow us internally to make sure everything is safe for all our volunteers and staff in WUSM. And finally, we developed what is called the Safe Scouts series, which is a series of toolkits that are covering different elements of safe from harm around the youth program. So talking about bullying, talking about the relationship between young people and adults, mental health, all of this are different elements that we think are important for young people to actually be supported with. And I think I'll pass it back to Juan.
Yes, so we have to remember that the World Scout Conference approved an amendment to the Constitution regarding safe from harm, and now it's a compliance requirement for all the NSOs. And the approval was by a super vast majority. So 99% of the votes were in favor of the constitutional amendment and 98% in favor of the strengthening safe from harm in the movement resolution. It means that all of you, or almost all of you, approved these changes and supported it in the conference. So it's not just something that we should do because of our values, it's our constitutional duty as members of WOSOM to have safe from harm as a priority, to provide the best scouting experience to our young people. Here you can see the exact text of the constitution that was included. So in terms of admitting new members in the World Organization of the Scout Movement, it has to be a demonstration that by the quality of its leader and its policies and procedures to ensure a safe environment for children, young people, and adults in scouting, etc. This have to be demonstrated. But WOSOM is so committed with safe from harm that is a constitutional requirement for all of us to provide this safe environment for all the people involved in Scouting.
All right, thanks, Juan. And as we went through all this information, you probably have a question of, what kind of support my National Scout organization can get to take actions, right? So firstly, your National Scout organization can be supported to implement the standards of the World Safe from Harm policy today, even now, through the WASM services platform. Next is that by middle of 2023, the National Scout organizations will receive information about the compliance requirements and tools to be used to assess the current state in your National Scout organization. And these requirements will be based on the World Safe from Harm policy and international best practices around the child safeguarding. And last but not least, in addition to that, measurements of compliance with safe from harm standards will be started by 2025, could face consequences. Going to the next part.
Okay, thank you very much, Fatima. So basically, safe from harm, that's a bit of a conclusion of what we have said in the past 10 minutes. Safe from harm is a top priority for this triennium. And it's a top priority at every level of WOSM. So of course, at our level, we are going to continue to further develop our WOSM Safe from Harm service. That means upskilling our current consultants, but also continuing to recruit new consultants who will be able to support you. We're also going to develop more resources and more supports to make sure that you have everything in hands to be able to be compliant by 2025. We will also push and encourage more peer-to-peer learnings thanks to the Safe from Harm Global Network. This is a network that already exists where we invite all Safe from Harm coordinators. So each NSOs should have a Safe from Harm coordinator that is part of this network. I encourage you to check on your NSO who is the Safe from Harm coordinator. And of course, through Facebook and this group, they will be able to share best practices, not only within the APR region, but also with other regions around the world. Okay, Fatima, what actions can we actually immediately take now?
Okay, so there are a couple of steps that you can take as immediate actions. And actually, we encourage you to do that. So first of all, you should complete the Safe from Harm self-assessment tool. Moving to develop an action plan for the implementation of Safe from Harm at all levels in your National Scout organization. You can request a Safe from Harm service as it is one of our WASM services. And of course, don't just leave this for yourselves. but make sure to reach out to others. And also, as we come to the question on how you can get the support, it's important to know where you can get the support. So the answer is you can get it at your regional and global support centers by reaching out to them. Also by using, again, WASM service platform, by assessing the Safe from Harm service, and also by going to the WASM Safe from Harm webpage, where you can get all the necessary information on practicalities, and by using Safe from Harm Global Network. And with that, I'll pass to Juan for final reflections.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Pauline, for your expertise and leadership in this presentation. Dear brothers and sisters in APR region, safe from harm is extremely important. Child abuse happens every day, unfortunately, and it's our duty to take action to prevent this damage and to act if this happens. Don't think that it's something that only happens to others. It can happen in all of our organization, and it's our duty to take the action today. So no matter what are the deadlines of WASM, the sooner we start to work, the best, definitely. Scouting needs you all to take action on safe from harm. The young people needs you all to take action today on safe from harm, because it can happen anywhere, unfortunately, and we have to be prepared. We are here for you. We are all in this together. We are all committed, and we invite you to take this seriously, to reflect on that, and to take the action the soonest you can. Thank you for your time, and wish you a great day and a great APR conference for everyone.
I think we'll pass it back to the APR studio. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juan, Fatima, and Pauline for the wonderful presentation. In our Zoom, we have a virtual hand raised from the Gerakan Pramuka, Indonesia. And if you can unmute yourself.
Hello? Hello?
Once again,
can you hear me?
We are calling the one who has a virtual raised hand from Gerakan Pramuka, Indonesia, to state why you are raising your virtual hand for any questions.
Yes, can you hear
And
me?
also, we are encouraging to turn on your video as well. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
can you hear me?
you.
Hello?
Yes,
can you hear
I
me?
hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, once
Hello?
again, we can hear you. Please state what you were about to say.
Okay. Good afternoon, Juan, Fatima, and Pauline. I have one question about the. Actually, I'm fully support the safe from harm to be the top priority for every NSO in the world. But I have one question about the local culture. In some local culture, there's a humor or jokes to be doing by the young people, by the young people itself, themselves. So sometimes the jokes or the humor, if I refer to the safe from harm policy, is not good. But this is a local culture. So how about that? I need your confirmation about this because this this question asked by a friend of mine who also a national commissioner in Indonesia. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Fatima, and thank you, Pauline.
May we request Juan, Fatima, and or Pauline to kindly answer the previously raised question?
Yes, thank you, Bertel, for your question, and it's a very important one because being conscious of safe from harm several times require us to revisit our beliefs and to revisit what we thought that was normal and standard behavior and realize that maybe it's not as good as we thought. So for example, when we talk about jokes and humor, we need to understand that humor has to be for everyone. So if the joke it's funny for others, but it's damaging a young person, it's not humor anymore. It can be considered bullying. It doesn't mean that it's intention. So many times in Safe from Harm, the person that is making fun of others doesn't have bad intention. He or she just feel that they are doing jokes and humor and having fun, but it is affecting the young person that suffers all these jokes, especially when the jokes are always towards the same young person and it's repeated and everyone is making fun of the same one. So we can all agree that humor is good and jokes are good, but we need to understand when we are talking about jokes and humor or when these jokes are only funny for a part of our scouts and there is someone that could be damaged. So it's important to revisit our beliefs and to understand that not anything that is said in the interest of humor is valid. So there are several things that we think are jokes and are actually creating a bad situation and bad feelings for our young people. Indeed, there are scouts that leave scouting because others made fun of them. So don't be, my advice would be not be so open with humor and jokes and try to understand if they are really jokes for everyone or are just for a part of the scouts and damaging yours.
Thank you, Juan.
And Pauline, do you want to add something?
Thank you, Juan. I think Juan is completely right. And I think the challenge also that you're underlining here is the question of the use or the habit of doing it. And often tradition or cultural use are used also as an argument of, but we always do that, right? So no one ever complains. Why would we change? And this is where there is a serious conversation to have with Scout leaders at the very local level. And I think all of us three here have experienced even having discussions with our local groups saying like, we are used to do that. Maybe we even took part in that when we were younger, but we didn't realize that it could harm one person. And as long as it is harming one person, it is already crossing the line. And it is important to have this conversation because if you just say it's forbidden, it's going to create a barrier with the people who are actually supposed to implement that. So it's really, really important to bring it up as a conversation and as a question also of, if your scouts feel unsafe with you, is that still okay? Or if they feel hurt by something that is happening in by another scout, is that okay? And I think the answer is actually no. That's it.
Yeah, prevention means to help the scout leaders and the scouts to understand if their behavior is not wealthy for other scouts. So we could all have done things that are improvable in the past or in the present. So it's not about signaling people, it's about preventing and creating a better environment for the scouts.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Pauline. Thank you, Fatima.
Once again, we thank Juan, Fatima, and Pauline for the wonderful presentation. We'll have more discussion about this on Friday in the break group discussions. I'm sure each one of us here has gained a deeper understanding on how we can protect our scouts and provide a safe environment for our young people. Moving on, we will now hear exciting things about the WASM services and what is our current situation in the area. This chair welcomes Ms. Ruth Pats, Deputy Global Director, Organizational Development of the World Scout Bureau Global Support Center, and Elena Siban, Membership, Services, and Digital Support, World Scout Bureau Global Support Center. Ruth and Elena, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining our panel on Muslim services. With more than 550 services delivered in the past 4 years, Muslim services is the most significant support system Muslim has to offer to NSOs for capacity building. Allow me to introduce our speakers, who will tell us the story of Muslim services from its inception and what it means for NSOs and NSAs today.
Hi, I'm Ruth Potts. I'm the Deputy Global Director for Organisational Development and the Director for Membership Services based in Kuala Lumpur at the World Scout Bureau.
Hello, I'm Paul Parkinson from Scouts Australia, and I'm a wisdom consultant in the areas of scouting, governance and GSAT.
Hi, I'm Egbert from the National Scouts Organization of Malaysia, and I'm the National Training Commission and also a WASM consultant for the Safe from Harm team.
Thank you all for agreeing to join our discussion on WASM services. Ruth, you joined the team soon after the WASM services was launched as an initiative. Please share with us your perception on the journey in developing the WASM services model and how we got to the great service delivery that we have today.
Thanks, Elena. It's really great to be here with you today and speaking about WASM services. So, as Elena mentioned in the introduction, WASM services was delivered and developed after the 2017 World Scout Conference as a mechanism which, at its heart, was really designed to align the quality and speed and method of support that was delivered to NSOs. It was intended to ensure that every NSO and NSA around the world, regardless of their size and their location on the globe, was able to access the very best support that WASM services could provide. But what does that actually really mean to us? What is a service when we really look at it? Well, it's actually more than one thing. It's four things. Of course, the thing that everyone knows about is the in-person support, which is provided by a consultant. And that is a super important part of WASM services. We'll talk about that later. But we also wanted services to be really empowering and self-led, as well as supported by the World Scout Bureau and WASM. So you'll find a huge amount of self-service materials and support on the WASM service platform. So this might be e-learning. We have a huge amount of quality e-learning that you can take self-led. It might be guidance, policies and support. Everything from policy documents to toolkits and manuals, or it could be best practices which are being gathered by NSOs from around the world and also our external partners and other organisations. In fact, there's over 700 resources across our 13 service areas, and there are 50 sub-service areas within those 13. You do not need a login to access any of these materials. So, regardless of who you are, you can log on to the website, take part in some e-learning, watch some of our videos, check out our resources and toolkits, and look at the best practices that have been gathered from all over the world. So, we've talked a little bit about what is a service, but actually what areas do our services cover? Well, we have 13. And as I mentioned before, underneath these 13, we have a further 50 sub-areas in total. And they cover all of the key elements of Scouting's diverse needs. So we've got you covered, regardless of what you need. Whether it's a good governance service that's maybe national board induction, or maybe some support doing some strategic planning, or maybe a service and youth program where we might support you to create a new youth program policy, or training programs for leaders. There are all sorts of supports that you can access through WASM services. They've all been created based on an analysis of the needs of NSOs and from the movement. So do take a look and have an explore to see what's on offer to support you and your NSO. So you'll hear that I mentioned the WSM Service Platform. Well, this is kind of the go-to place where you can access all of this support. So head over to services@scout.org, and there you can explore every single one of these service areas. You can find what you need based on the theme, and you can see the resources and the e-learnings under each of the sections. This is also the place that your International Commissioner or your service admin for the WSM Services Platform can request an in-person service. If you are unsure of who that person is, reach out to your National Scout organisation. If you're an International Commissioner and you're unsure of how to access the platform, please reach out to the Regional Support Centre. We'll do everything that we can to support you to find what you need. So with the practicalities out of the way, I wanted to share a few statistics with you in terms of what does the work of WSM Services look like if we look at the last 3 or 4 years. Well, we've received over 700 requests for services across all 13 service areas, and that's almost 80% of our NSOs and NSAs that have now received a service. And I am super proud to be able to say that 109 of those NSOs and NSAs are repeat customers. They've taken more than one service and come back. Even better, our Net Promoter Score, now that's the score based on how likely an NSO is to recommend our services to another NSO, it's 9 out of 10 consistently. This speaks so highly of all of the amazing staff and volunteers who've worked tirelessly to ensure that every single service request is supported in a way that really makes sure that NSOs see impact and success. You can also see here that Asia Pacific alone, 77% of the NSOs and NSAs in Asia Pacific have benefited from a WSM service. So thank you to all of those of you in the 77% who have been working with us already. And for those of you who haven't yet been able to benefit from a WSM service, we're ready and waiting here, really happy to help you in anything that you need in supporting and building a stronger, sustainable Scouting future for young people across the APR region. Okay, so every story loves a superhero, and the WSM Services story is no different. And I'm always really delighted to talk about our 200 volunteer consultants who are specialists in their areas and provide the support. They are very much the superheroes of the WSM Services story. Recruited for their specialist knowledge in the service area, they're then given extensive initial and ongoing support and training. These volunteer consultants step up to deliver services as part of our global pool of consultants, ready and willing to be allocated to any service anywhere in the world. They bring the movement closer together and they share their knowledge and experience across our NSOs and NSAs. In the last 2 years especially, this pool of consultants have stepped up even more than we ever expected them to do, to be able to adapt to the pandemic and deliver services virtually. In fact, actually APR was the first region to take a virtual GSAT in Cambodia. Our consultants supported the NSO and the assessors digitally to see them through a successful quality audit, which was amazing. And there's so many areas of successful work within APR that we could highlight, but just a couple of some of the amazing stories here are the financial management system that was provided as a service in Myanmar, and the growth strategy in India, where there's a huge amount of work going on all the time to help them grow to 5 million extra members. So 17 services in APR over 3 years is an amazing effort, in my opinion, and I'm super proud to see the effort that's happening here to support Scouting around the region, Elena.
Indeed. Thank you, Ruth, for guiding us through the story of WSM Services and its impressive achievements in the past 4 years. A lot of success is owed to our volunteer consultants, and today we would like to hear from 2 of our WSM Service consultants from the Asia Pacific region about their contribution to the successful implementation of WSM Services. So Paul, Egbert, what kind of support do you provide to NSOs as part of the service areas where you have expertise for?
I'll give you the short answer. Short answer is the WUSM service consultant offers technical leadership and operational support to National Scout organisations. So not to be too dramatic, the consultant is like a doctor. You're in to help, support and make a difference to an NSO's success. You see solutions and potential and possibility where NSOs may only see problems or obstacles or is unable to see a way forward in a particular area. You connect with NSOs and you do your best to bring them through the consultancy, whatever that is, with opportunities to improve, to grow and to develop in identified areas of need. And that's really the basis of what we do. My areas of consultancy where the support is given is in adults and scouting, the Global Support Assessment Tool, governance, good governance, coaching, mentoring and training, various sorts, particularly of office professionals, and continuous improvement, of which we all strive to do.
It's a good question. When the service is requested, it becomes a joint contract between the NSO and the consultant. So we are there to provide assistance and support in whichever the areas the NSO is in doubt or having difficulties at. So in the process of the consultancy, questions will be bounced between the NSO and the consultant. We need to ask or request further information in order to provide assistance to the NSOs when they request for the services. For example, if the NSO is at the early stage of creating a safe from harm policy, we need to know at what stage are they at. Are they at the forming, the norming, the storming, the norming, or the performing, or even maybe the adjourning. So knowledge of such will assist us to also provide necessary support to the NSOs. Questions like, does your country have a national policy or on safe from harm, or is it governed by an act, and so on. We can only provide assistance once when we have the necessary information that further assist us to assist the NSO in areas of mentoring, advice, and support. So sharing of best practices is another area when the NSOs are in the forming of their stages of their policies or trainings or programs. So my areas which I provide would include safe from harm, adults in scouting, training, and youth program.
Sounds great. And how do you work with the NSOs to ensure that they get the most out of us?
So I believe it's creating a relationship and building trust with the NSO is important to form a partnership in working as a team. So our consultants are friendly and approachable because we want to build a working relationship with the NSO when the service is requested. So constant and consistent communication is crucial to ensure the productivity of the service request. So if we are in doubt, it is good to clarify with the NSO or the NSO to clarify with us when information is vague. So it will help us as consultants to further understand and have a clear picture what is needed by the NSO. In between service consultancy requests, I would send a friendly message to ask how are you and how is the progress of your policy or training that you're forming coming along. So are there any areas which you are in need of assistance? Being honest and providing some suggestions to assist the NSOs will help them have some ideas when they are at the forming stage. So I will remind the NSOs as well that they are free to create their own policies, processes, and procedures. I would also remind the NSOs that the WISM service platform, there are many resources available that can support them when they are in need.
Okay, for me, right from the outset, there is a very conscious effort to establish and develop that trust, if it's not already there. It's been my experience that we know most of the people that are connected with the NSOs, so there is that level of trust, but it needs to be developed further because of the job that you're doing. And to let the NSO see very clearly that you're interested in what their issue, concern, or the service request is about. Communicating regularly, as Egbert said, and at times at a frequency that's agreed to by both parties, so it's consistent. Each one is aware that it's not just you, the consultant, offering the communication, but it's them too. It's a joint arrangement. And so we're looking at asking lots of questions to ensure that we clarify. We're establishing a rapport that simply says, we are in this together. However, you own what is happening. Being open, relaxed, friendly, and informal, but professional. Process, practice, and procedure. It's also being transparent and accountable. It's also part of the job that you do. And if we're not transparent and we're not accountable, then why are we doing it? And we need to do it, as I need to respond in a professional way and do it well. I am there to offer the support needed and advice where sought, clarity when asked for, but all the time while advising through the consultancy, allowing the NSO to make the decision and to take the required action. I am therefore there to facilitate, consult, guide, and assist as appropriate.
We know that your hard work is being appreciated by the benefiting NSOs and NSAs from their service evaluations. An impressive 9 out of 10 NSOs who receive the service would recommend the experience to other member organizations. What would you advise to someone considering to request the service?
Okay, well, for me, if you want your NSO to move to greater things, to improve in particular areas that are of concern, whether it's operationally, management structures, strategy, collaborating better with your people, or improving programs and so on, then really consider what you need to do. But be at the point where your NSO says, we need some help with this. But thinking at the time, while we have expertise in our NSO, we could benefit better and more if we worked with someone. If you have a list of things that you would like to do, prioritise, because you know you can't do everything at once, and agree in your NSO leadership what is the most important area of need, and identify what you think you need to do first and ask for the support. You get on to WISM services, request the service, and go from there. It's as simple as that. It's quite simple, and the rewards of doing that can be quite pleasantly surprising. I'd also like to add in that don't think because you're an NSO that always operates and manages well that you don't need some assistance at some time. It's also not thinking that, well, if we ask for a service, it could be telling somebody that we're not as good as we think we are, or they may think that we're not as good as we are making out. Get rid of that thinking. Don't settle for good and great, because you probably are, but aim to settle for better and best. I encourage you to access WISM services if you're not already doing that.
So Basically, it is free for me and no one pays for the services. And the consultants are professional who volunteers to deliver the service. These are people with passion and with expertise. Why waste the opportunity? We are aware that with the ongoing pandemic, WOSM Services is there to support the NSOs and consultants by finding ways to meet regularly to support the service request. So the platform is easy to use. It takes the NSO's management to know which area that they need support the most and request for the service. So requesting for a service is not a weakness in an NSO. It shows clearly that the NSO is thinking, reviewing, and revisiting areas and identifying challenges that they need help with and they have a desire to improve. So NSOs must also be honest if they need help to improve some of their areas of work. They should remove the part that says, we are okay, we are good, we can handle it, and focus, but also focus on this question. How can we do better? How can we improve further? How will it benefit the young people in our NSO? Do we need to review and revisit policies, structures, system, trainings, and programs? So a simple theory to explain this is like is taking our laptop as an example. Why does Microsoft constantly need to update its system? So because it may need to activate a new update, fixing a problem in your system, or it needs a new antivirus. So scouting is a movement, and a movement needs consistent and constant updating. So it's just that simple. Working consistently and applying the fact that practice makes perfect ideology will help NSOs move ahead.
Thank you both for sharing your inputs with our audience today. A lot of feedback and lessons learned have been drawn from the past experience of implementing WOSM services, both from NSOs and consultants. Ruth, can you tell us a bit about what's in store for the initiative in the upcoming 3 years?
All right. Thanks, Elena, and thanks so much to Paul and Egbert. Really inspirational listening to the two of you and your thoughts and experiences from everything that you've given to WOSM Services over the last few years. Thinking about what happens in the future, it's a super exciting time for WOSM Services right now. We've really come a long way from the inception and the soft launch in 2018 to a full embedding of services in every region where we are now. And you can see that item, that third sprinter in the run there, WOSM Services 2.0. We are always striving for continuous improvement. Exactly as Egbert talked about, Microsoft keeping on updating its systems. That's exactly what we're doing right now. And we know that in order to keep our vision at the center of aligning this quality and speed and access of support globally, we need to keep taking feedback and improve always at the core of how we move, being at the core of how we move forward. So, as we approached the end of last triennium, we undertook a series of evaluations with all of our key stakeholders, so regions, NSOs, consultants and staff, and the feedback that we had was amazing, in-depth, meaningful, and it really helped us understand how we can improve on what we have even further. And we based that on 8 areas that we're going to focus on over the next 3 years. So we talked a lot about the consultants, and we've got 2 of our superheroes here today. Our consultants are at the core of all of our in-person targeted support, so continuous improvement in the area of our consultants training and ensuring that we maintain and build a strong, sustainable group of consultants is absolutely important for us. We'll be conducting full reviews of each of our 13 service areas, making sure that all of the right stuff is in there and the right areas are there to support you. We're going to do a lot of work around strengthening our GSAT data. So thinking about how do we make sure if we look at the areas of GSAT that we know maybe more support is needed, how that links with WOSM services and making sure that those align. The platform is kind of the basis of all of the access points to WUSM services. So a lot of work will go into making the platform a bit more dynamic. We really want to be able to inspire you all with stories from people like Paul and Egbert, but also make sure that it's got what we need behind the scenes to make things run as smoothly as possible in each service delivery. We know that we want to, as always, keep an eye on accessibility, making sure that our resources are available for as many people as possible to look at. And we really want to explore impact more. We've been going for 3 years now, so now is the time that we can really start to unpick what are the impact of some of the services that we've delivered. Not just the outputs, but how has the services that have been delivered changed NSOs and their support to young people, and how do we use that to leverage what we do. We want to keep on building this and strengthening the partnership of WUSM services between the region and the global level. And lastly, we want to kind of remain this idea that we can be really agile and responsive to what's going on in the world in order to be able to respond to changing needs. Because if the last 2 years has not taught us anything, then we know that we never quite know what's coming around the corner, and we really need to be able to adapt and flex and change to different contexts. So thinking about all of these, really, if you had to split them, they fall into these two main areas. So one side around thinking about the platform and the practicalities of what's inside a service and the resources that you can find in there. And the other side around strengthening our people in terms of our consultants and making sure that we're providing an amazing opportunity, not just for the NSOs that they support, but of course also for the consultants' experience as well. So, if you want to take advantage of some of these great opportunities, I think Paul and Egbert both urge you to think about what could you take some extra support in? What might be a great place to get someone else's perspective? You can follow these 4 really simple steps below. So firstly, go and explore the service platform, take a look, see what's there, have a look around, and then assess with your national NSO leadership. Think about if you do think you need an in-person service, might there be somewhere where you want to be better or best, like Paul said, somewhere that you want to update your computer software package, like Egbert talks about, and decide in conjunction with your national leadership what that might look like. Then thirdly, make the request. Do that via the service platform, usually via the International Commissioner. And then the last step here is that the Regional Support Centre will confirm your request. They will reach out to you and they will start working with you to shape a package for that in-person support. So, thank you very much and for listening to me. I'm going to hand back over to Elena. But yes, please do. I'd love to see a service request from you, whether it's a repeat one or a new one. We have lots of consultants who are ready and waiting to help you with anything that you need.
It's been wonderful to hear about how WUSM Services has been supporting our member organizations and what the future looks like for continuing to provide member support. We would also like to extend our appreciation to all the consultants and supporters who have helped WUSM Services from its inception in 2008 to becoming such a vibrant support system. Isn't it amazing the things that we can do together? If your NSO wants to request a service or consult the available resources, don't hesitate to visit service.scout.org and talk with your leadership about it. Thank you for being part of this presentation.
Thank you, Ruth, Elena, Paul, and Egbert for the great presentation on WUSM Services. The WUSM Services is a really useful platform to support its member NSOs. Your sharing will pave the way for NSOs to receive services in further strengthening their capacity and services to its members. Now, for our last session before we go into a break, our colleagues from the APR Scout Bazaar Management Committee, headed by its chairperson David Jones, will share interesting information and updates about our very own Asia Pacific Scout Bazaar. Scout Bazaar, over to you.
And its members and its board of trustees. I am Leaf Wang from the Scout Bazaar core team. I will be sharing today how can Scout Bazaar be of help in building your financial capacity. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Supply Chain Inc., or known as APR Scout Bazaar, with our tagline, Connecting Scout Around the World, that serve as a one-stop shop online for scouting items. To begin with, as a brief background, the APR Scout Bazaar was created to address the demand from the field to develop supply services, and it becomes a part of the APR Plan 2015 to 2018. Under the strategic priority in finance, directed to establish an online shopping for scout items in the region. And then APR Financial Resources Subcommittee initiated this project. It was launched on 21st October 2017. This online platform is among the many initiatives of the region to extend services to its member NSOs. All member NSOs with Scout Shop are invited and encouraged to exhibit their scouting souvenirs and supplies with minimum fees. This project is funded by the APR Scout Foundation. After the conference in 2018, Scout Bazaar is controlled by the APR Scout Supply Chain Inc., Board of Director Trustees, and managed, operated by the APR Scout Supply Chain Management Team, also addressed as Scout Bazaar Management Team. Here is the organizational structure of the APR Scout Bazaar, with our CEO Chairman, David Jones. The Board of Trustees is the decision-making body that oversees the overall affairs of the Scout Bazaar. At the same time, the management team manages the operational side of the Scout Bazaar together with the APR staff. And we are regularly reporting to the Regional Scout Committee. To jumpstart this project, we are building our capacity in financial management. Scout Bazaar is an added avenue for the National Scout Organization to leverage its income potentials. Scout Bazaar pledged to provide services to NSO. Second, propose resources development, because nowadays we need profit streams for the organization to continue to exist. 3. Protect Scout brand. All products advertised in the platform come with the proper licensing from the World Scout Shop. 4th, promote scouting, providing quality products to Scout that they can enjoy while having scouting from home. The element of a happy scouting remains. The vision of APR Scout Bazaar is to link the APR National Scout Shops to support the Scouts worldwide for the scouting development of the region. While our mission is to ensure that we have usable scouting materials available, provide the e-commerce platform, then we extend the services to our member NSOs in the region. The primary beneficiary of this project is the NSOs and the Scout worldwide. How NSO can benefit from this initiative? For NSO, this means additional sales. They can use the platform for advertising their product that even their local scout can check. No advertising fee are required. It is free. Second, wider market reach. When the product is listed in the platform, Scouts from Asia Pacific as well as other regions can access it anytime, anywhere. 3. No investment risk. There is no need to develop their website to advertise product. We all know that maintaining it is costly and bothersome. More so, it needs a lot of staffing and resources. 4. The NSO Scout Shop time is reduced on managing the platform. Furthermore, we maintain the website for you so you got no risk. And with your product, then you can create your international image with your own brand. We also built inter-shop cooperation. A Scout Bazaar can outsource your scouting needs. We also handle bulk orders through our pool of reliable suppliers with a reasonable cost and good quality. In the spirit of scouting services, we also provide customer support, and regular monthly report will be communicated to you for your sales in Scout Bazaar. If you join us now, there will be no joining fee and there will be 2 years membership free from your sign up. And also, there is no limit on the number of products to be uploaded to the Scout Bazaar. In this triennium, we have increased membership and also developed new exciting products on the platform. Of course, we have social media promotions on Facebook, Instagram, which a lot of the youth will be active over there. And not only we have a working website, but also it's available on your cell phone application. Until now, we have visited more than 50,000 and registered users are more than 1,000 and still increasing by day. In a nutshell, this is how Scout Bazaar performs and progressing in the last 4 years. We have observed the steady growth and remarkable increase in sales even during the pandemic. We also want to extend better service by having more product on our platform. Right now, we have more than 200 availables on the website. All products developments are related to WOSM programs and initiatives. These are all available in retail, bulk orders, and customized that fit your needs. Here are some of the items provided by member NSO from Australia, which include a wide variety of event souvenirs and educational tools. Here are some of the items provided by member NSO from Hong Kong. These are some of the items provided by member NSO from India. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Scout Bazaar immediately responded to the need of scouts in the region by sourcing high-quality personal hygiene items from Taiwan and Philippines for community service and personal use. Innovative, eco-friendly items to replace paper cups and reusable thousands of times with recyclable, healthy plastic. Solar-activated water purifier for wellness, disaster relief, and recycled fabric shopping bags. For some scouting items that require NSO endorsement for the Scouting Advancement Program, Scout Bazaar can provide you hassle-free on Messenger of Peace, Tide Turner, and Earth Strive at an affordable cost for souvenirs and collector items. More innovative and high-quality items for everyday use for fellow scouts or for events with high quality fabrics from Philippines and Taiwan. Of the collector hub corner in scoutbazaar.com plus live memorabilia auction online in 2021 from February 2022 will host monthly auction with more collectible items donated from senior scout leaders. Scout Bazaar widely promotes different awesome programs and initiatives through the merchandise and also actively engage ourselves on the social media. As of December 2021, we have more than 5,000 likes and followers. Since 2020, the top performing post is the Scout campaign on anti-COVID-19. New arrival alerts on various awesome programs with Scout Bazaar merchandise that reaches more than 126,000 likes. Here are the items that caught the attention from the Scouts online. More event promotion and items had high visit. Our website's features. Please take a look at this video. We can also promote scouting events on our website. So if you have any events, please contact us. And we are coming out with more items and events with our steady growth. New NSO members are most welcome to join us and make scouting fun for the young and the veteran. Looking forward, we will aim at increasing members, products, strengthening workforce, and involve more young people. Now, here is the exciting part. How to join us to become a member NSO. It's just 4 easy steps to become the member. First, sign up the agreement. Then, fill up the product uploading form. Get the international rates of your courier partners. Then submit the completed document to us. Finally, how to find us. You can visit our website and social media and email to contact us. Thank you very much for watching with us.
Thank you, Scout Bazaar. With this, I hope that more scouts and leaders will be able to enjoy the services offered by the Scout Bazaar. I would like to thank all the input speakers for their time and knowledge, keeping our NSOs aware and up to date so that they will be able to make use of our great services. Before we go for a break, may we invite National Scout organizations to log on to the e-voting system and ensure that there are no connection issues. Please be reminded to access the e-voting system from a desktop or a laptop through the preferred browsers: Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, or Mac OS Safari. Should you have any issues, please contact the help desk that will be sent in our chat box. Now let's go for a 15-minute break, so relax, stretch, and hydrate. Our next session will start at 2:10 p.m. See you all in 15 minutes.
This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge, and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge, and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge, and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser. This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser.
Welcome back, conference.
To continue with the orders for the day, may we call on the chairperson of the World Scout Committee, Andy Chapman, for his address to the conference. Andy, fire away.
Dear National Scout Organization leadership, region committee members, region youth representatives, partners, volunteers, special guests, dear friends, greetings to you all from Chicago. I'm pleased to be joining you today in my role as chairperson of the World Scout Committee to offer a few reflections for your regional conference. This is an exciting moment in the history of Scouting as we begin a new triennium and continue to make progress towards Vision 2023, our strategy for Scouting, to become the world's leading educational youth movement. Many of you here at this conference were part of setting this vision, and you may recall our aspirations to engage and enable 100 million young people and volunteers around the world to be active citizens who are creating positive change in their communities. Scouting is a strong and united educational movement and such a powerful force for good in the world. Recently, we have seen countless examples during the COVID-19 pandemic of National Scout organizations, young people, and volunteers in the Asia-Pacific region rallying together to support each other and reimagine the delivery of Scouting at home and online. Beyond the pandemic, we can also reference the great work of NSOs and Scouts as global citizens, contributing towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. There are so many examples of this happening all over the world in Scouting, and some great examples right here in the Asia-Pacific region include
To continue with the orders for the day, may we call on the chairperson of the World Scout Committee, Andy Chapman, for his address to the conference. Andy, fire away.
National Scout Organization leadership, region committee members, region youth representatives, partners, volunteers, special guests, dear friends, greetings to you all from Chicago. I'm pleased to be joining you today in my role as chairperson of the World Scout Committee to offer a few reflections for your regional conference. This is an exciting moment in the history of Scouting as we begin a new triennium and continue to make progress towards Vision 2023, our strategy for Scouting, to become the world's leading educational youth.
Now, we would like to welcome our special guest today, WASM Secretary General Ahmad Alindawi, who flew all the way from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia to join us here in Rizal, Philippines. Secretary General will make his address on WASM's vision, expectation from the Asia Pacific regional bodies, and the Asia Pacific Support Center of the World Scout Bureau. Secretary General Ahmad Alindawi, over to you.
Well, thank you, and warm greetings to all. We will be circling back to Andy in a minute. Seems there's a freezing out there in Chicago, and not only the weathers are freezing, but also the camera and the screens are freezing. So I'll be back in a minute to you, Andy. But let me take it from here for now, and to say it's really a pleasure to be joining live from the Philippines, where I arrived to be with our All-Stars team here in the delivering of this milestone event. From snowy Chicago to sunny Manila, I send warm scouting greetings to all delegates of all National Scout organizations, to the chairperson of the Regional Scout Committee, my brother, Ambassador Ahmed Rushdie, and all members of the Regional Committee, and members of the World Scout Committee, and members of the APR subcommittees, and our Regional Director, JR, and the APR staff team, partners, volunteers, special guests, literally everyone. Being in the Philippines this week reminds me of our last major in-person gathering here in Manila, just less than 4 years ago, I believe. Little did we know back then about how the world will change and about how the spirit of our movement will once again prove that scouting motto, to be prepared, is not just a motto. As it was tested under 2 world wars and major events in the past 115 years, it was tested this time under a global pandemic, and once again prevailed. Over the past triennium, we have seen NSOs and the region at large demonstrate that during difficult times, we step up. Just going through the triennial report offers a great illustration of the services and support you provided to your communities and will keep providing to young people. This generation of youth have been deprived the ability to simply access education or even to exercise their youth during the pandemic. What gives me hope is that we are part of the solution and we can help the world recover because we have a winning formula in scouting to address youth development needs, tackle the planet sustainability question, and support our communities. We have a method that is time-tested and adaptive for changes. Young people need the skills and opportunity to belong and develop, and you find that in scouting. The planet needs young people to lead in preserving nature and tackling climate change. And who better than scouts to lead these efforts? Our method can help in bringing this generation of young people from the heavy lockdown and endless screen times to be out, enjoy nature, and learn skills for life. And you certainly find all of that in scouting. Close to 70% of the world's population, or the world's young people, live in the Asia-Pacific region. Scouting mirrors the world's population with almost the same percentage of scouts in APR. Young people in the Asia-Pacific are eager to engage and be part of designing the future they deserve. Scouting should continue to enable them to seek leadership roles and be part of designing their educational programs. If the founder would be with us today, he too would be saying, ask the boy, ask the youth. I commend the efforts by NSOs and the region to engage more young people in leadership roles, especially young women and girls. But I hope we can all agree that we can do more. Seeing the APR conference presided over for the first time by talented young women shows that the time to engage young people and have them represented in the front seats is now. Scouting is an intergenerational movement. We need all, the young and the not so young. I probably now stand at the borderline between the two. So let me share with you my belief. Youth engagement is not about having the more experienced stepping down. For the older leaders, I say, leadership has no expiry date, and we need you to continue being active and engaged. For the young, however, I say, as there is no expiry date for service, there is also no future activation date for you to lead. Your time is now, not tomorrow, and the movement has spaces for all to serve. Working with young people and designing the program and offering seats at national boards for young leaders is not a favor we give to the young. If anything, it's in fact a favor any board can give to itself to stay relevant and connected to the young people we serve, especially when we see a drop in membership. As the World Scout Committee chairperson will be said in his remarks, we have 8 key priorities adopted by the World Scout Committee to build on these opportunities and also answer these challenges. Our world is changing, and our movement has the responsibility to continue adapting and innovating. Brothers and sisters, as we all worked to shoulder the heavy impact of the past 2 years, I'm very optimistic about the future. During the conference, you are able to learn in greater details about the work we are doing to serve you. Everything we do is designed with one key principle in mind: how we can best support our 172 National Scout organizations in their efforts to empower more young people. Our services and the improvements we will introduce to awesome services is all at your disposal. The fully revamped data portal will make us more data-driven in designing interventions. The improved Better World framework and Scouts for SDGs will continue to complement your national programs and show our collective contributions across countries. Our new communication initiatives will increase our influence and show the power of Scouting. Our membership growth will be there as we recover the membership, retain, and reach out for more. And our strategic partnerships, such as the Global Youth Mobilization that WOSOM is leading globally, will enable our national organization to access support, partnerships, and assume similar leading roles at the national level. And our plans on sustainability and ensuring that WOSOM is a global leader is our commitment to this generation and future generations. Brothers and sisters, the regional conference offers a great opportunity to exchange ideas and sharpen priorities. So can I take this opportunity to make a strong plea to all of you to act in an overarching priority for our movement? That is to keep young people safe from harm at all times by ensuring that we have policies, procedures, trained leaders, and empowered youth to create safer spaces for all. Safer from harm is a critical question to all of us. At the World Scout Conference, we agreed to have a full compliance with the Safe from Harm policy by the year 2024. That's just 3 years from now. So if your NSO is not in compliance yet, please table this critical issue at your next national board meeting. This issue cannot wait. And the good news is that we have a dedicated team of staff, volunteers, and consultants to support you. All these are areas that we are working on to ensure that we keep Scouting well positioned to achieve its mission. And while doing that, we work with the great leaders. So let me take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Ambassador Ahmed Rushdie for his leadership to the Region Committee during this extended triennium. His diplomacy, partnership, and dedication to lead it during this critical time made a huge difference. I thank with him the members of the Regional Committee, the chairs and the members of the subcommittees, and the consultants of the great Asia-Pacific region. My thanks to my colleagues in the APR Support Center of the World Scout Bureau. I'm very proud of them. I'm very pleased with the transformation that we have achieved in modernizing the World Scout Bureau across all support centers, ensuring we deliver as one. Dear brothers and sisters, recovery, sustainability, impact is the title of our triennium. Let's work together to ensure that Scouting is there to aid the recovery of this largest generation of young people. ensure the sustainability of our movement and planet, and always works towards impact. As we sum it up beautifully in Scouting, our aim is to create a better world. Wishing you all a wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General Ahmed Alandawi. To all participants, an electronic copy of the Secretary General's address will be made available as conference document number 16-22. Now, to give us his address live from Chicago, let us now call on the chairperson of the World Scout Committee, Andy Chapman. Andy, go ahead. Andy, you can go ahead.
Thanks. Sound effects.
and become compliant with the new WASM Constitution. The adoption of the recent constitutional amendment on safe from harm sent a strong signal that we need to continue to ensure that Scouting is a safe and inclusive environment, free from harm and abuse for all children, young people, and adult volunteers. This must be a key focus for all of us immediately to ensure Scouting is safe for everyone. Next, youth engagement. Young people are at the heart of the Scout movement, and together we must continue to strengthen the involvement and engagement of young people at all levels of Scouting. Here, we aim to support the development of a strategy and actions to ensure youth engagement and empowerment in decision-making, to ensure the next World Scout Conference is transformed into a new event that is more inclusive, diverse, and engaging by using innovative methods with a clear focus on youth participation in decision-making. Diversity and inclusion. One of Scouting's greatest strengths lies in its diversity and openness to all. But we still have a long way to go to ensure that Scouting is inclusive for everyone. This triennium, we will endeavor to improve the understanding of diversity within the movement and to better reflect societies where Scouting operates. In doing so, we aspire to support NSOs to diversify their membership and to reach into new communities where Scouting does not currently exist. Next, positioning Scouting. Over the past few years in particular, we've done an outstanding job in highlighting the power and impact of Scouting to partners, to donors, to governments, and civil society. A priority for us this triennium will be to continue to position Scouting as the world's leading educational youth movement and a key actor in non-formal education, youth development, and other sectors. Next, sustainability. One of the consistent and urgent messages coming from the conference and youth forum participants was a need to focus on strengthening Scouting's role as a leader in environmental sustainability, developing a climate impact strategy for the movement, rolling out the Earth Tribe as our core environmental education initiative, and leading by example to empower young people to take action in the fight against climate change. These are just some of the ways in which we aim to make sustainability a priority in the coming years. Next, good governance. Underpinning so much of our success is the commitment to ethics and decision-making and good governance. As a priority, we want to make sure that WASM is a strongly governed and financially stable organization, acting as a role model to regions and NSOs to strengthen their governance practices. And last but not least, the strategy for Scouting. During this triennium, alongside the delivery of the World Triennial Plan, a final priority for us is going to be to undertake an exercise across regions and in consultation with member organizations to look beyond 2023 and to set a new strategy for Scouting with a new vision for how our movement needs to evolve and grow well into the future. More on this process will be communicated to NSOs in the coming period. Together, these 8 priorities encapsulate the aspirations of the World Scout Committee and reflect the areas of focus identified by member organizations during the conference as the most urgent and important aspects of our work. One other area of our work worth highlighting is the exciting momentum we're building towards the upcoming World Scout events. Following the successful delivery of the virtual 42nd World Scout Conference during a global pandemic, WASM continues to innovate and reimagine the conference, working together with volunteers and experts to redefine a new event for 2024. Over the course of the next few days, we will have an opportunity to explore these topics in more depth and to define a path that will shape the region's growth, influence, impact, and unity in the coming years. In this process, I encourage you to be open to the ideas of others, to be mindful of the commitments we took together at the 42nd World Scout Conference, and to challenge your own assumptions about what works and where we can improve. In closing, I want to thank you for the invitation to share some opening remarks. I also want to thank you all for everything that you do to help bring Scouting to more young people around the world. On behalf of the entire World Scout Committee, we are sending you all our best wishes for a productive and successful regional conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for being with us and wishing the conference well. The full text of Mr. Andy Chapman's address will be made available to all the participants as conference document number 15-22.
Moving forward to render the report for the APR Scout Foundation covering the period 2018 to 2021, may we bring on the screen Dr. Chow Shu Po, President. Dr. Chow, you have the virtual floor.
Greetings, fellow scouts, brothers and sisters. The past 2 years of our triennium, 2018 to 2021, you will know were a challenging period for everyone. But as scouts, we continue to rise over any difficulties. We focus on what we can do to help and continue the commitment as you have tasked us to handle the APR Scout Foundation Managing Committee. We have many firsts in this triennium. Of course, the first ever virtual APR Scout Conference. The first time that as committee members, we learn how to use the virtual technology for our meetings. The first time that our fellowship gathering will also be held virtually. The first time you will not spend $100 to a fundraising dinner. And unfortunately, this is the first time that you will not receive some souvenirs from the APR Foundation. As a courier service is also another challenge. Nevertheless, we still encourage you to continue to support us by enlisting yourself as a new member or upgrading your membership contribution if you are already a member to the APR Scout Foundation. You may also avail our limited edition medallion just for this 30th anniversary of the foundation. I will discuss this later as I go along with my report. Let's begin with the brief history of the APR Scout Foundation. For the sake of those who have joined this conference for the first time, I would like to begin by giving you a very brief background of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Foundation. It was in December 1991 when the Regional Scout Committee decided to establish APR Scout Foundation with the purpose of assisting in the growth of Scouting by funding worthwhile community development projects of national Scouts organizations in our region. And to start with, the Scout of China on Taiwan donate $10,000 as the seed money to the foundation. To make sure that the funds are well organized, well managed, APR Scout Foundation Managing Committee is organized and its members appoint every 3 years or from conference to conference to oversee the affairs of the foundation. Where Scout of Hong Kong, Scout Association of Hong Kong was appointed as the trustee of the foundation. The Asia Pacific Support Center serves as the secretariat as represented by the regional director. Since then, the APR Scout Foundation has supported 15 projects of national Scout organizations in areas of educational method, community development, infrastructures, financial resources, emergencies, and disasters awareness, and many more, either through grants or loans. Additionally, around 100 scouting activities hosted by NSOs has been financially support the APR Scout Foundation. As for our fund, I'm happy to report to you that the seed money has now grown into over $2.98 billion US dollars, including the ROI of our investment with World Scout Foundation. Membership total to 890 adult members and 130 youth members. The complete list is flashed on the screen. Celebration of the 30 years APR Scout Foundation. Now, I would like to discuss with you the celebration of the 30 years of the APR Scout Foundation. The committee made sure that despite of the pandemic, we will be able to celebrate our 30th anniversary. The theme of the anniversary celebration is supporting scouting to build a better world. A local contest was held with entry of Roy Listonja from the Boy Scout of the Philippines, chosen as the winner with $300 US prize. Badge has been produced for this anniversary logo, and you can avail it at the Scout Bazaar. A coffee table book of the 30 years of the APR Scout Foundation has been published to showcase the works and achievement of the APR Scout Foundation. You may check it at Scout Organization website. We'll be having a virtual foundation fellowship gathering at 6:30 p.m. And I'm inviting you all to attend this special gathering. It is free and open to everyone. Finally, for us to raise funds so we can support more projects, I'm encouraging you to avail our limited edition of 30th year anniversary Mandarin. We have produced 3 kinds, 50 pieces of gold, serially numbered. This can be availed for your support of $1,000 US to APR Scout Foundation. The second kind is 100 pieces, silver Mandarin, for which you can avail at $200 US. The third category of Mandarin is bronze, and for the young people, it is 100 pieces, and for each piece, it costs $100 US. Contact our colleagues of the Scout Bazaar to avail this limited edition Mandarins. Now I turn to achievements in the triennium 2018 to 2021. What have we achieved and done in this triennium? First, I would like to report our membership contribution received. Due to the current situation of COVID pandemic, the APR Foundation experienced a decline in the membership recruits. Total amount received for the triennium is $31,500 US from 13 NSOs. This is flashed on the screen for your information. Our appreciation to those who continue to support this worthy cause. I also like to especially mention our youth membership, who catches the vision and supports scouting by contributing to the foundation. Fundraising event. Now on the fundraising activities, again, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our various schedule fundraising events have been canceled. We are, however, able to hold one fundraising event in Kagoshima, Japan. The event was a success and attended by around 100 scouts and leaders, where we also recruit 8 new and upgrade members. Our appreciation to Scout Association of Japan and our friend Mr. Takashi Murayama for sponsoring the said event. What have we supported? As mentioned, the foundation was established to help fund projects and support scouting in the region. For this triennium, the APR Scout Foundation grant the APR Support Center with $84,000 for the activities to support NSO's hosting scout activities. It was ensured that all activities supported by the foundation are per the APR plan 2018 to 2021. Unfortunately, some of the events, because of the pandemic, has been rescheduled until the situation normalizes. The project Scout Youth Center of Pakistan Boy Scout Association was also granted with $15,000 non-interest loan. This project is ongoing. The foundation also supports our 2 young people who have attended the Youth Leadership Training course in Panama in December 2019. The APR Scout Foundation also commits $15,000 to support the conduct of this 27th APR Scout Foundation hosted by the APR Support Center. Additionally, to continue to support our young people, terms of reference between the APR Scout Foundation and our regional youth representative is under review. Having said that, I continue to encourage our NSOs to submit their project proposals to APR Scout Foundation. Fund balance. APR Scout Foundation fund balance to date reached $2.98 billion, including the ROI of our investment with the World Scout Foundation. The investment with the WSF with principal amount of $1.6 billion have a value as of 30th September 2021 of $2.68 billion. Our appreciation, of course, to WSF for their continued support. With accomplishment in this triennium, despite some setbacks because of the COVID-19 pandemic, I believe that there's much more we can do in the future to serve scouting and to serve our young people. And we could only do it with your support. Thank you all and look forward to your patronage in the coming days too. And before I end, I would like to leave you a quote from Lao Tzu, the great ancient Chinese philosopher, that says, to serve is to make you have more. To give is to make you own more. Thank you and wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Dr. Chow. Similar with previous addresses, an electronic copy of the report will be distributed as conference document number 17-22 to all participants.
The Asia Pacific Scout Youth Forum is a regular feature of regional conferences as an ancillary event. The regional youth forums provide opportunities for young people in Scouting to express their views, propose recommendations on issues of interest to them, and develop necessary skills to strengthen their capacity to take part in decision-making processes. In this conference, we would like to invite the chairman of the 10th APR Scout Committee, Mr. Lim Wei Yung, to report to the conference, as well as to present the forum recommendations. Wei Yung, you have floor.
Hi everyone, I am Wei Yong, the incumbent chairman of the Regional Youth Representatives. Today I'll be presenting to you the 10th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Youth Forum final report. In this forum, we have 186 participants, 50 delegates, 136 observers, 84 female, 102 male from 25 national scout organizations. We have gathered virtually via Zoom for this forum. The Youth Forum serves as an ancillary event to the regional conference and provides young people the opportunity to participate in the decision-making process. In addition, the Youth Forum also provides young people with the opportunity to discuss relevant issues on the regional level and adopt recommendations that will be brought up to the conference. The theme for this triennium's Youth Forum was Adapting to a Changing World, which reflects the ability of NSOs in welcoming changes and their resilience in adapting to the changing realities. The Youth Forum greatly exemplified the theme by being the first regional youth forum to be held virtually due to constraints caused by the pandemic. Topics that guided the participants' discussions included youth empowerment, what does Scouting mean to today's society, mental health awareness, the World and Asia Pacific Region Triennial Plan, and intergenerational dialogue. Participants worked in virtual breakout rooms to analyze the issues and formulate possible solutions in the form of recommendations, which were then presented to the Youth Forum as a whole to be amended and passed in the anticipation of the 27th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference. There were a number of resource speakers that joined virtually to educate the participants, namely Elston, member of the APR Scout Committee, Mayit, former chairman of the YEMG and former YA to the World Scout Committee, Maury Cheng, member of the World Scout Committee and former chairman of the YEMG, Amal, former YA to the World Scout Committee, Devraj, Warden Consultant to Nepal Scouts, Lisa, Youth Advisor to the World Scout Committee, and Anthony, Region Commissioner, Scout Australia. On the final day of the Youth Forum, the new regional youth representatives were elected. The new members are as follows: Diane, Chairman of the Regional Youth Representatives, Hujas, Youth Engagement Subcommittee, Supri, Educational Methods Subcommittee, Badon, Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, Zairi, Social Impact Subcommittee, Edison, Communications and External Relations Subcommittee, and Garam, Governance Subcommittee. The end of the forum also meant the conclusion of the term of the current ROIRs. Thanks and appreciation must go to the outgoing ROIR who has spent 3.5 years sitting on a variety of committees and planning the current youth forum. They were as follows: Lim Wei Yong, Chairman of the Regional Youth Representatives, Edwin Chow, Youth Program Subcommittee, Daniel, Financial Management Subcommittee, Hassan, Governance Subcommittee, Kumar, Adults in Scouting Subcommittee, and Nafal, Communications and Partnerships Subcommittee. The next APR Youth Forum will be held in 2025 with the location and host NSO to be decided at the upcoming conference. We also want to thank the Recommendation Committee chaired by Andrew To from Singapore, and Anup from Maldives General Repertoire, Ansun from Scouts of China Taiwan, member, Morgan from New Zealand, member, and Edwin Chow, member from the Regional Youth Representatives. And thank you all for the sleepless nights and for putting in all the recommendations for the forum. Now I'll move on to the summaries of discussion from the Youth Forum from our topics. Let's start with youth empowerment. Youth empowerment, we have discussed in the topic of discussion the representation of youth at the NSO level, the lack of understanding of the concept of youth empowerment. We've also discussed about tokenism and the decrease in youth population. The second topic that we discussed was, what does Scouting mean to today's society? So we talked about identifying changes in approaching and greeting other Scouts, the virtual and the physical meetings, and collaboration with non-government organizations, non-profit organizations, or even the United Nations, and etc. We also talked about intergenerational dialogue, about diverse thinking and working styles, having a safe space for dialogue, encouraging active participation, and opportunities for youth involvement and leadership. And during the introduction to the World and APR Triennial Plan, we talked about having support for the World Safe from Harm policy, support developing national growth strategy for retention and recruitment, to encourage more youth forums and dialogues, to keep a positive image of Scouting, and to promote Scouting within communities. And the next topic we talked about was mental health awareness. We've discussed about conducting mental health awareness programs, whether it's physical, virtual workshops, trainings, or even on social media campaigns. And the incorporation of mental health awareness into the youth program, and also to create safe spaces and to provide listening ears. And with the topics of discussion, the 10th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Youth Forum has 13 recommendations, which can be found on the Youth Forum document number 18. I'll run through with you the 13 recommendations. Recommendation 1, support on developing and reviewing and redefining national youth engagement strategy. Recommendation 2, ensuring representation of young adults in substantial national decision-making bodies. Recommendation 3, amendment to the Youth Forum guidelines. Recommendation 4, production of a report on identifying barriers to the meaningful youth participation in the region and the NSOs. Recommendation 5, capacity building for young adults through the Youth Leadership Training course. Recommendation 6, re-establish the APR Scout movement. Recommendation 7, review on the YMG Coordinator Framework. Recommendation 8, promoting Scouting in the Asia Pacific region. Recommendation 9, we have 3 points, which is on measures on promoting environmental sustainability in the Asia Pacific region. 9.1 is implementation of environmental sustainability framework in Regional Plan 2022 to 2025. 9.2, inclusion of environmental sustainability plan in regional events. 9.3, promotion of environmental education programs. Recommendation 10, support for young adult decision-making bodies in NSOs. And recommendation 11, we have 11.1 and 11.2, which is on promotion on mental health awareness. 11.1, implementation of mental health awareness in National Youth Program Policy. 11.2, implementation of mental health awareness in National Adults in Scouting Policy. Recommendation 12 is on organization of mental health workshops. And recommendation 13, implementation of regional listening ear support network. And that's all. And this marks the end of my report. Thank you and have a nice day.
Good evening and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first day of the plenary sessions of the 10th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Youth Forum 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, The 10th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Youth Forum 2022 is organized by the Asia Pacific Support Center of the World Organization of Scout Movement in collaboration with the Asia Pacific Regional Youth Representative and the members of the APR Program Subcommittee.
You are among the lucky ones who have found their passion.
And now here is my secret, a very simple secret. It is only with the heart that one can see rightly. What is essential is invisible to the eye.
Young people of the Asia Pacific region, we are pleased to announce the new batch of IYR 2022 to 2025.
The only question that now remains is, what will your future story be?
Our task now is to line our goals to create a bigger ripple of change in the region.
I now declare the 10th Asia Pacific Regional Scout Youth Forum closed.
Thank you, Wei-Yung, for the informative report. May I congratulate the participants of the Youth Forum for the purposeful recommendations. May I encourage NSOs to take a look at the Youth Forum recommendations that will merit carrying it forward as conference resolutions. The full version of the report will be circulated to the participants as conference document number 18-22.
By virtue of Regional Scout Conference Resolution 32-1978, recommending that an APR training seminar or workshop be held prior to the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Conference, the Asia Pacific Regional Course for Leader Trainers has become a regular feature of Regional Conference as an ancillary event. We would like to invite the course leader of this year's APR course for leader trainers, Mr. Antong S. Ramat, to render a report about the training course.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. For and behalf of the AIS subcommittee, I'm honored and privileged to present the report for the Asia Pacific Regional Course for Leader Trainer, which has just concluded. The Course for Leader Trainers, or CLT, is a 4 beats course of the Scouting movement. It is also the highest training an adult gets from Scouting in order to become recognized and receive an appointment as a leader trainer. This allows a leader who qualifies to receive the 4 beats to conduct and assist in training of adults to properly implement the youth program. This year, it is the first time the Asia Pacific Regional course for leader trainers was conducted virtually online. The course was conducted over the spread of 8 days via Zoom platform from 4th to 6th, 8th to 10th, 12th to 13th February 2022. In total, we had 57 participants from 18 countries, including one from Canada. The aim of this course is to allow the participants to acquire: 1. Self-realization, to understand the purpose of being a leader trainer and cultivate the desire to lead and make the change. 2. Knowledge, to be equipped and prepared to apply the relevant knowledge. 3. Leadership, to be able to make decisions when performing and carrying out the duties of a leader trainer. And lastly, fellowship, to build friendship among leader trainers, sharing of experiences, creating and recommending ideas to improve training methods and techniques. The purpose of this CLT is to provide opportunity for potential leaders of different NSOs from the region to collaborate and learn together, to benchmark from each other, and to promote camaraderie among participants, so that the implementation of the World Scouting policies and program can be consistent among the NSOs in the region. We do our best in aligning to the very foundation of adult training laid out by our founder, Lord Baden-Powell, where leaders live together in camp, learn through lectures, demonstration, and practice, with emphasis on practice or learning by doing that is believed to be an effective method in training scouters. We apply the modular-based competency approach, covering 5 modules, which consists of 1. Knowledge of scouting. 2. Training skills. 3. Adult training. 4. Leadership. 5. Personal development skills. And in addition, there are 11 elective sessions that the trainee can choose from. Most of the sessions are delivered through lectures, presentations, breakout groups to facilitate a thorough discussion and group work, and also individual assignments. Other activities include the challenge at the Woodbatch Yoke, testimonial campfire, and brown bag lunch. Based on the following questionnaires, the course was rated 100% fully achieve its objectives. The questionnaires are: 1. Subject matters topic covered in this event are relevant to my needs and interests. 2. This event brings about greater awareness of the relevant WOSM policies and requirements. 3. This event strengthens the relationships and cooperation among the participants. 4. This event serves as effective information sharing platform and good networking. 5. The prior documents sent or shared earlier were useful in preparing for the event. 6. The time allocated for the sessions were generally sufficient for effective comprehension and sharing. 7. There was healthy exchange of views and ideas during the group discussion. 8. This event offers a great learning opportunity for my personal development needs. 9. I can apply the acquired knowledge, skills, and learning. 10. The resource speaker were effective in helping participants understand the subject matter and were able to stimulate learning and thinking. The tutor were able to manage learning by facilitating the group discussions and participation effectively. 12, the entire organization and management of this event was reasonably good. And lastly, on the whole, the course objectives were achieved. So thank you so much. The course was manned by the esteemed members of training team of the Asia Pacific region, represented by the staff from the Asia Pacific Support Center, members of the AIS subcommittee. We'd also like to thank the trainers and tutors from Australia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore. We would also like to thank the following NSOs for their participation and support: Bangladesh, Bhutan, Canada, Scouts of China, Fiji, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Macau, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, Nepal, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. We are happy to report that the course was successfully concluded and conducted. Finally, on behalf of the team, we extend our heartiest congratulations to each and every participant for successfully completing the 2022 Asia Pacific Regional Course for Leader Trainers. Recommendation for the next course team to consider will be sent to APR Support Center after the post-course review is completed. I am Anton Sarudin Rahmat, course leader of the APR CLT 2022 and chairman of the APR AIS subcommittee. Thank you very much.
Recording in
Scouting friends all over the world, create a bridge in the world to live in peace. This is the time to spread out the word. Love, peace, tolerance, respect. Bring the love and live in harmony. Whisper it deep into your heart. Start to change the world today. It's never too late, no matter where you are. This is the time to spread out the word. Love, peace, tolerance, respect. We are scouts, the messengers of peace. Hand in hand, let's build a better world. We are scouts, the messengers of peace.
Mr. Antong S. Ramat for the report. An electronic copy of the report will be made available to all participants as conference document number 19-22.
There you have it. We are finally done with a series of capacity building inputs, the reports from the ancillary events, and the addresses from the WASM Secretary General and WSC Chairperson. We now move on to the election of the members of the Regional Scout Committee. To brief us about the rules of procedure, may I call on the Regional Director, Mr. J. Rizal C. Pangilinan, to explain the steps in the election process.
Thank you, Dayan. Dear conference, I know that you are all excited already for this time. Let me give you a quick review and walk you through the election process. This is the first time in a regional conference that we will use the e-voting system. As we had experienced it and used it in the World Scout Conference, we have all the confidence in the system which is licensed for WASM. I will need your full attention to this important election process tour. The APR Constitution and Bylaws, Bylaw Section 1, opening close parenthesis 6A, under the title, Voting, it states that only member scout organizations, or MSO, are eligible to vote, whereby each MSO having a maximum of 6 votes. This conference will elect 5 members to the Regional Scout Committee against the 5 vacancies emanating from the 5 outgoing members who are completing their term of office. Each member scout organization is in good standing order at the time of the conference will have the right to cast a maximum of 6 votes for each candidate, maximum also of 5 candidates. The MSO shall not cast more than 6 votes to any candidate, and the total vote cast shall not exceed a maximum of 30 either. Each member scout organization, through the heads of the delegation, will be given access to the e-voting platform, as you can see on the screen. As announced earlier, we hope that you have activated already your e-voting account. Each member scout organization is encouraged to maximize their right by using the 6 votes per candidate when voting. Each member organization, through the head of the delegation, will be given 20 minutes to cast their vote. 45 minutes, sorry. We extended it because we knew that you want more for you to think. After the NSOs have casted their votes, the tellers appointed by this conference will verify the voting results from the system. The tellers will pass on the result to chairman to announce the results. The chairman will only announce the names of the selected 5 candidates in alphabetical order without mentioning the number of votes they received. I repeat, the chairman will only announce the names of the selected 5 candidates in alphabetical order without mentioning the number of votes received. In case of a tie, the youngest person shall be given the priority on the seat at the Regional Scout Committee. Dear conference, I hope that it's clear that is stated in the rules of procedure approved by this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Director J. Rizal C. Panghilinan, for explaining to us the election process based on the rules of procedure. As a good practice during all plenary sessions, to be ready for any voting, I invite all the heads of delegation to kindly log on to the e-voting system. By now, you should have already have your access credentials and tested them accordingly. As a reminder, here's a short clip to help you access the e-voting system. Please watch this.
This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. How to access the e-voting system. To access the e-voting system after creating your account, go to vote.scout.org. The system is accessed on this unique online platform, separate from the platform of the event you are participating in. We recommend that you bookmark this page, or add to favorites for easy access throughout the event. Delegates with voting credentials can log in with their registered email address and use the personalized password set when creating their account. Note that the link provided in the invitation email will expire once you have activated your account. If you forgot your password or wish to change it, click on the Forgot Password link below the Login button. Once logged in, access the relevant event which you have been invited to as a voter. Note that the preferred browsers are Chrome, Edge and Safari. The preferred device is a laptop or a desktop computer, while the use of mobile devices is not recommended. The e-voting system's user experience will be reduced on a mobile device or with any other browser.
Thank you for the video. Should you have any issue in accessing the e-voting platform, we are flashing on screen some helpful information. E-voting help desk, aprsc.support@scout.org. E-voting platform, vote.scout.org. So at this time, I hope you're already logged in now. We will play another video on how to cast your votes during RSC elections. Please watch this.
This is a tutorial for the World Scouting's e-voting system. This tutorial explains the process of how to cast a vote for the election of voting members of the Regional Scout Committee on the World Scouting e-voting system. Log in to the e-voting system at vote.scout.org and access the relevant event to be ready to cast your vote. When a vote is activated, it will show on the left side of the screen under the active vote header. It will include the progress bar, timer and voter turnout. Your delegation will have 25 minutes to discuss and complete your vote. Click on the active vote. The details of the selected vote will appear on the right side of your screen with the options available for casting your vote. Each delegation has up to 30 votes to cast. You can cast up to 6 votes per candidate, and vote on up to 5 candidates. You are strongly encouraged to practice your right to vote by casting all your 30 votes. Depending on the size of your browser, the vote options will appear either as a drop-down selection or as a row with easy select options from 0 to 6. You can select or unselect each option by clicking on them. Alternatively, use the zoom in, zoom out option of your browser to switch between the two views. Allocate your votes accordingly across the desired candidates. Each candidate cannot receive more than 6 votes and you cannot select more than 5 candidates. Carefully review your vote allocation is correct. Note that once you have cast your vote, no further changes can be made. Confirm your vote by clicking the Confirm Vote button. A confirmation message that your vote has been submitted will appear. The vote will be closed after 25 minutes or at the discretion of the presiding officer. The results of the election will be calculated by the tellers and announced at a specific time during plenary. Please note that the results will not be published on the e-voting system to maintain the confidentiality of the number of votes cast for each candidate. For this vote type, the results are determined based on the rules of procedure. The 5 Regional Scout Committee candidates receiving the most votes will be declared elected to fill the vacancies. In the event of a tie to fill the last vacant position, the youngest candidate between the ties will be declared elected. The 5 Regional Scout Committee members elected will be clearly announced in plenary.
Could I please check with the e-voting team if the system is ready to proceed with our voting session, and to verify that heads of delegations are logged into the system? Again, could I please check with the e-voting team if the system is ready to proceed with our voting session, and to verify that heads of delegations are logged into the system? With the e-voting system ready for our session, and with 25 out of 30 NSOs online, I confirm we are ready to proceed. As this will be our first vote for this conference, let us first do a test vote. May I request the e-voting team to kindly indicate if we are ready to proceed with the test vote. Thank you, e-voting team. You may now open the vote. The conference will be voting on this test vote, and it will be open for 5 minutes. With the vote now opened, head of delegations can proceed to cast their votes. We currently have 14 NSOs who have already casted their votes out of 40. For the remaining voters, you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds to cast your votes. Any delegations still wishing to cast their votes are invited to do so. Now we have 22 out of 30 NSOs who have already casted their votes. Delegations are encouraged to cast their votes. Again, this is just a test vote before we proceed with the real vote. we have 27 NSOs online out of 30 NSOs. We are encouraging the other 3 NSOs to log on and cast their votes. We are reminding the head of delegations who still hasn't cast their votes to cast your votes. We now have 45 seconds left on the clock. Out of the 30 NSOs, we currently have 27 NSOs online. All 27 NSOs have successfully casted their votes. I now call for the other NSOs to cast their votes. We now have the remaining 10 seconds. Hello, conference. Voting time is up, and the vote has now been closed. We shall announce the result during the latter part today.
I can see that we are getting the hang of using our e-voting system. I will now call for the vote for the election of the members of the APR Scout Committee. This is now the actual vote. So, may I remind all of the NSOs to kindly log in. And now, may I request the e-voting team to kindly indicate if you are ready to proceed with the actual vote. Once again, I would like to request the e-voting team to kindly indicate if you are now ready to proceed with the actual vote. We are now ready for thank you e-voting team. You may now open the vote. The conference will be voting and it will be open for 45 minutes. I repeat, it is open for 45 minutes. I would like to remind the body that this will be the actual vote. So for those NSOs who have yet to log in, you may do so now. With the vote now opened, head of delegations can proceed to cast their votes. As indicated in the rules of procedure, the e-voting system will not be publishing the results of the election. The tellers will verify the data directly from the e-voting system and prepare the results to be handed over to the chairperson for announcement before we close the plenary today. Oh. We currently have 19 out of 30 NSOs who have successfully cast their votes. For the remaining voters, you have 39 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Any delegations still wishing to cast their votes are invited to do so. There are currently 28 NSOs who are online out of the 30 NSOs. One has confirmed that they are not participating in the conference. Should we have 29 voted, we will be closing the system. This is because there will be no further votes that could be submitted. Currently, 19 NSOs have voted, and for the remaining voters, you still have 38 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. Any delegations still wishing to cast their votes are invited to do so. We currently have 23 out of 30 NSOs who have successfully cast their votes. The time remaining is 34 minutes and 45 seconds. We have already reached 24 votes out of the 30 NSOs. The time remaining is 32 minutes and 48 seconds. We are requesting those NSOs who have yet to log in to the system to Once again, we are currently requesting the NSOs who have yet to log in to the e-voting system to kindly do so now. We are still stuck at 24 votes, with the time remaining 32 minutes and 5 seconds. Let me reiterate for the conference. Should you have any issue in accessing the e-voting platform, we are going to share you some helpful information. E-voting help desk, aprsc.support@scout.org. E-voting platform, vote.scout.org. We currently have 25 NSOs who have already cast their votes out of 30. For the remaining voters, you have a few minutes left. We now have 27 NSOs who have successfully cast their votes. There are still 29 minutes and 17 seconds remaining. However, if all 29 NSOs have successfully cast their votes, we will proceed to the next item in our agenda. We are currently waiting for one more NSO to cast their votes. We are still waiting for one last NSO to cast their vote. We are encouraging that NSO to cast your votes already so we can close the system in advance. We are still stuck at 28 NSOs who have successfully cast their votes out of the 30. For the remaining voter, you still have 17 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. We have yet to receive the full complement of the votes. For the remaining voter, you still have time to cast your vote, but we are encouraging you to do so now. We still have 14 minutes. We have received 29 votes out of the 29 NSOs who are going to vote in this conference. May I request the e-voting team to kindly close the system. The e-voting system is now closed. At this juncture, we would like to call our Regional Director, Sir JR, to kindly verify if that one NSO is unable to cast their vote.
Thank you, Presiding Chair. I confirm that one NSO in the Asia-Pacific region won't be able to cast their vote for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Regional Director. Thank you, everyone, for the successful voting process. We will wait for the tellers to verify the votes and scrutinize the results. Please be reminded that as per APR Constitution and bylaws, only the names of the 5 RSC members will be announced in alphabetical order. To reiterate, as indicated in the rules of procedure, the e-voting system will not be publishing the results of the election. The Action Time presentation, or the ATP, has been a regular feature in every Asia-Pacific Regional Scout Conference. For this installment of the conference, we invited 10 national scout organizations to make a presentation on 4 themes. Number 1, initiatives of scouts during the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 2, scouting continues to grow, retention and recruitment for growth. Number 3, global support assessment tool. And finally, NSO's experiences with WASM services. Each pre-selected NSO will present their success story under these themes. Each presentation will last for about 7 minutes. To present to us their initiatives during this unprecedented global health crisis, let us welcome the Fiji Scouts Association.
The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted many livelihoods in Fiji, a tiny island nation in the South Pacific. Since the confirmation of the first case of COVID in April 2020, Fiji's main source of foreign exchange, the tourism industry, has suffered a huge blow. Thousands of people engaged in the tourism industry, both directly and indirectly, have been severely affected. Many families struggling for food, many people struggling to get their life on track. Members of the Fiji Scouts Association, in conjunction with the Messengers of Peace program, stepped up to support fellow Fijians during this time of need.
Bula Vinaka. I am Arnold Kumar, Area Commissioner Western. I represent Fiji Scouts Association and also I am a messenger of peace. Greetings from Fiji. During COVID, 19, we had a partnership with an NGO, New Zealand Friends of Corvuto, and we were able to obtain funding to support the immediate needy families in Fiji who were affected by COVID-19. We managed to obtain funds and provide support to 100 families with a $50 Fijian grocery pack. During this distribution, the district NGO scout leaders with the Messenger of Peace coordinators supported our distribution. We were able to promote peace and we were able to support our community with this small assistance. Thank you very much.
I'm Manas Sarawundi from North Shore Scouts Council. I was a volunteer during the COVID-19 pandemic. We were involved in the mass cleaning in various communities in the Tailevu and Rewa provinces. I was also stationed at the Longani border during the lockdowns. Our main duties was just to take temperatures of everybody visiting the border. For me personally, I was happy to play my patriotic duty to bring Fiji back to normalcy. Given the chance in the future, I would gladly do it again. Nawali.
Binaka from Fiji Scouts Association. I'm Hirdesh Kumar, the Assistant District Commissioner Cubs for Lodogwa Scouts Council. The COVID-19 has affected a lot of livelihoods around the world, and it has done the same here in Fiji. A number of scout leaders took the initiative of assisting the community with the help of Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Education. Some of the activities that we took part in was community awareness program for COVID-19, where the scout leaders with other volunteers, we moved out to the communities to create awareness on how to save themselves from COVID-19. Secondly, the home screening was done, where the scout leaders with other volunteers went to the communities to screen the community on COVID-19 and create awareness about COVID-19. Thirdly, the home profiling was done, where the economic status of the family was found out, along with the homeschooling program for the students. The data were collected and sent to Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Education respectively. Then the scout leaders with other teachers participated in the COVID-19 vaccination verification program, where the leaders assisted in the data cleaning exercise with Ministry of Health. Finally, the school vaccination program was put in place, where the scout leaders with other teachers assisted in the administration of this vaccination. The Moderna vaccination was given to students aged 15 to 17, while the Pfizer was given to students aged 12 to 14. In doing all this, we were able to create network with the community. We were able to create awareness about COVID safety, and we were able to assist a number of families with the things they needed like food, water, and other necessities. Binaka Bakalebu.
Thank you, Fiji Scouts Association, for sharing to us your initiatives during the pandemic. Your initiative proves that when we come together, we can do great things. Another National Scout organization who will present their action time presentation is the Scout Association of Hong Kong. Please watch this.
Dear brother and sister Scout, this is Vivian Tam, Assistant Headquarters Commissioners of the International Branch of the Scout Association of Hong Kong. May I express our warmest welcome to each and every one of you for being here with us by watching this presentation. Your participation is highly appreciated and your feedback will be most welcome. With the outbreaks of COVID-19 since early 2020, the whole world has been put to several challenges. Declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization in March 2020, it is now, in fact, more than 250 million people worldwide, and the number is still growing. This presentation is an introduction to the Health Guard project undertaken by the Scout Association of Hong Kong during the pandemic.
The Health Guard project by the Scout Association of Hong Kong aims to encourage Scout members to maintain personal hygiene at all times, promote common sense of anti-epidemic and hygiene, develop positive energy and promote the spirit of MOP, and perform the Scout's responsibilities in order to fulfill the responsibilities of the global citizenships during the pandemic. The Scout movement and the society at large in Hong Kong has been greatly affected by the pandemic. The stringent social distancing measures had put a hold of almost all face-to-face Scout meetings and activities during the onset of the outbreak of COVID-19. It took time, skill, and resources for Scout troops to carry into effect virtual meetings, activities, and training. The Scout Association of Hong Kong encouraged Scouts and leaders to optimize the use of e-learning to keep up the passion and continuity of learning in Scouting. The association organized various programs, including Health Guard, Scouts Cheer You Up, to show our support by sharing words of encouragement on personal social media account and to spread more positivity to the society, including frontline medical staff, patients who are under treatment, people under medical surveillance, and all those who are working hard to fight against the virus. Health Guard, Scout Steward, an online program aims to express members' creativity and share some ideas of Scouting activities or games while staying at home on social platforms. Thus, to extend the joy and attractiveness of the activities and progressive training in the Scouting movement. In response to Jyoti, Special Edition, launched by Wusam, a local Jyoti event was held in Hong Kong, with a total of 60 online Scoutcraft classes and sharing sections for Scouts, leaders, and the parents. Video clips were also collected through the program to show support to other Scouts around the world. In order to show the support to Scout members, we are sharing a classic song starting from today, with a slideshow of Hong Kong Scout action photos to spread more positivity to the society for fighting against the virus. Also, we designed different WhatsApp stickers to promote positive anti-epidemic information to the public. For Scout members, we launched the Hong Kong Scout Health Guard program. Health Guard badges in green, blue, and red colors were issued for accommodating different aspects of actions taken. To serve the community, Scout units spontaneously searched for suitable supplies during the epidemic and distribute anti-epidemic packages which contain face masks, alcohol-based hand sanitizers, and pamphlets with anti-epidemic and hygiene information to the elderly, needy and low-income families, single parents, people with disabilities, ethnic minorities, the unemployed, local and overseas charities. At the onset of the outbreak, all Scout campsites were ready for the government to make use of as potential sites of quarantine centers. Scout leaders supported the government by rendering service in quarantine centers, such as delivering equipment and assisting in the logistics. The work done so far has received positive feedbacks.
On the way forward, we will continue to monitor the development of the epidemic and consider the latest guidelines of the government's health and education authorities to support Scout units in operating normally and serving people in need during the epidemic. We trust the above presentation would give you an idea of what we have done so far in terms of health guard projects and the outcome thereof. As I said, we do welcome and treasure your feedback and comments. The sharing of your experience in your jurisdictions is also welcome. Thank you for watching. Have a good day.
Thank you, Scout Association of Hong Kong, for developing activities for young people during the pandemic. This is a manifestation that Scouting really never stops. Another inspiring initiative during the COVID-19 pandemic is from India. Let us welcome the Bharat Scouts and Guides.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and Namaste from the Bharat Scouts and Guides India. We are going to present the project entitled Skill-Based Scout Programs to Migrants in Shelter Homes in order to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. As you are all aware, COVID-19 was a global crisis. India is victimized of COVID-19. Our country was under complete lockdown in first layer from 23rd March to 14th April 2020 for 21 days. But due to rapid increase in COVID cases into positive, the Government of India announced extension of lockdown in the country further to 3rd May 2020. The Scout members of the Bharat Scouts and Guides was continuously supporting the national, state, district and local administration as well as the local police as a COVID warrior towards effective implementation of plans of the Government of India to combat COVID-19 pandemic from day one of the nationwide lockdown. Our youths have rendered the yeoman services in the national capital at Delhi with utmost zeal and commitment to fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Our trained volunteers were engaged in screening, manning traffic movement, supplying and distribution of food packets to the needy and stranded people, distribution of groceries and vegetables door to door, as well as creating awareness on stay home, stay safe, and other logistic services desired by the local administration. Government of Delhi has established some temporary shelter homes in schools for the safety and security of the migrant persons in order to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. But after the extension of the period of lockdown till 3rd May 2020, these people are showing signs of acute homesickness and amenity. In view of homesickness and anxiety of these, the Government of India has requested the Bharat Scouts and Guides to organize the skill programs in various shelter homes to curb the anxiety, the homesickness of migrant persons who have been temporarily shifted in shelter homes. It was desired by the government that Scouts can reduce the apprehension of any kind of violation of government direction related to COVID-19. Our NSO immediately responded to the call made by the government and has joined hand to entertain the migrants person in 15 temporary shelter homes with effect from 28 April 2020. Our team of volunteers have divided the migrants into small groups as a scouting method, that is into patrol, manning social distancing, informing them about various safety measures on hand wash, maintaining health habits, etc. through various skill-based activities The scouts also taught them various physical activity including exercise, yoga and games. The small children were taught songs, games, drawing and painting, etc. In the evening, the volunteers of the Bharat Scout and Guides entertained them through various video clippings via LCD projector, which really brought smile in the face of the migrants. The members of the Bharat Scouts and Guides have also distributed clothes to the migrants in the shelter homes. About 1,500 migrants are benefited daily with the skill-based activities provided by the Bharat Scouts and Guides. We are also highlighting the details of beneficiaries. The project was a group project. Even the professionals of the National Scout Organization also joined with the Scouts for the complete duration with commitment to serve the community. The project was partially funded by the World Scout Bureau Asia Pacific Support Center on Messenger of Peace emergency response. Our main reason was to impart skill program in various shelter homes to curb the anxiety and homesickness of migrant people who have been temporarily shifted in shelter homes, and it was the desire of the government that Scout can reduce apprehension of any kind of violation of government direction related to COVID-19. At the end, the migrant laborers have highly appreciated the innovative role played by the Scouts in the challenging tasks to relieve them from anxiety and homesickness stranded in shelter homes through various skill-based activities. Courage and commitment of our volunteer Scouts, despite the risk of their life in service to the nation, which created impact of scouting in the community as well as in the eye of the government. Our Scout use scouting method, strict adherence to COVID protocols. We use electronic gadgets, and safe from harm policy was importantly played during this service. We have learned and experienced that the zeal and commitment of our Scouts, risking their life with a mission, service to the nation, is service to mankind, service to God, through fulfilling Scout promise, duty to country. And during this service in shelter homes, one of the beneficiaries has said, since coming of Scout in the shelter home, we are very happy to see them and have learned so many new things. How to wash hand, how to use masks, etc. When I will go back home, I will share this story with others. This is the quote from Nupa, a lady migrant in the shelter home. As you all know, the project was a challenging task, looking towards the safety and security of the volunteers due to rapidly spread of COVID pandemic in the country. The project area was earmarked as a red zone by the government. Taking care of all safety precautions, the NSO also decided to have insurance cover of rupees 10 lakh to each member of the organization who were engaged in the project to deal with any emergency from its own resources. After looking towards this pandemic, the NSO has planned for future that our team will be more aware and alert to deal with such emergencies with more commitment in serving the community in creating a better world. Thank you.
Thank you to the Bharat Scouts and Guides. Congratulations for being a standard bearer on behalf of the government of the Republic of India. Now, we have two National Scout organizations who will share to us how Scouting continued to grow through retention and recruitment. Please welcome the Bhutan Scouts Association.
you, Bhutan Scouts Association, for sharing your initiatives in making sure that you have steady membership growth. Now, we would like to ask Persekutuan Pengakap Malaysia to make their presentation on growth.
Pengakap Malaysia (PPM) aims to achieve a 7% membership growth annually. This is already executed with the implementation of the 2018-2023 National Strategic Plan. The incorporation of key strategies into the PPM's national membership drive is vital to enhance membership growth. A major strategy is the revitalization of youth programs. This is done by integrating the Scouts of the World Award (SWA), Messenger of Peace (MOP), and the Earth Tribe into the National Badge Scheme. It will be launched at the national level and afterwards at state level. In line with the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs), Scouting activities facilitate the development of knowledge, skills, and lifelong learning. A wide range of STEM activities, including computers, robotics and inventions, search and rescue training, environmental programs, extreme sports, photography, and others, would contribute to character building, develop leadership skills, academic skills, self-confidence, ethics, and citizenship skills. Meetings are held between PPM and the stakeholders to establish mutual understanding and networking on the importance of the Scouting movement for youth. PPM believes that strengthening its partnership with external parties would acquire the support necessary to maintain the organization. The online membership registration system, which is being introduced, would not only expedite the process of registration, but also reduce the workload of Scout leaders. It will also mean a more efficient management of the membership data. To reach out to young people who did not have the opportunity to be a Scout in school, PPM will establish a community-based Scouting program. This will help to boost membership growth. Another strategy is to promote solidarity in diversity. It is important for PPM to encourage youth from different socio-cultural, ethnic, education, and economic backgrounds to integrate, cooperate, and collaborate to achieve common goals and aspirations. This is an integral part of the Scouting program, observing the WASM's concept of unity in diversity. The PPM Biannual Appreciation Night allows it to thank its leaders and Scout members who has worked hard to help make PPM an ideal organization for the personal and professional development of young people. The member states that achieve consistent membership growth would be recognized during the ceremony. This is done to officially appreciate their efforts to attract new members. A revision of the appraisal system is made by the Adults in Scouting AIS Committee. a formal recognition is given to leaders who maintain a steady membership growth, retaining current members and recruiting new members. In order for the spirit of scouting to strengthen and thrive, it is fundamental for PPM to draw its energy and brilliance from the passion, commitment young people to do their best.
Thank you, Malaysia. That is truly impressive. The Global Support Assessment Tool, or commonly called GSAT, is a quality standard owned by the World Organization of the Scout Movement. GSAT assesses the compliance of a national scout organization towards international best practices in good governance and quality scouting. To share with us their experiences with the Global Support Assessment Tool, or GSAT, please welcome our friends from the General Association of the Scouts of China.
Brothers and sisters in Scouting, good morning. I'm Chen Wen-xin, the Deputy Secretary General of the Scouts of China on Taiwan. It's my pleasure to present the GSAT experience and our learning outcome to you. First of all, I would like to congratulate to those NSO who has done this GSAT assessment. I hope you enjoy the journey as we did. For your information, our Scout Association took the GSAT third-party assessment in December 2018, and we proudly to inform you that our Scout Association is GSAT certified for 3 years and received a certificate from SGS. We would like to share with you our GSAT experience. First, our preparation work. Second, our learning outcomes. And the last but not the least, the impact and our common practice after GSAT. For the preparation, our Scout Association had organized a team for preparation before the GSAT. Mr. Su Dexiang, our Secretary General, is the team lead, who also received guidance from our Chief Commissioner, Mr. Lin Youchang. Our International Commissioner, Dr. Yi Binglian, also provides his expertise on governance perspectives for our preparation work. There are 3 keys for our preparations. First, teamwork. We had organized a team of volunteers with HQ full-time staff to prepare for our GSAT. Second, the self-assessment. The self-assessment is a very important step for our preparation. We ask each team member to take self-assessment first. Then we discuss our findings and possible solutions in the preparation meetings. Third, the support from our national board. Our National Scout Council is fully supported on our GSAT. The team draft necessary policy documents and getting approval from our national board. National Scout Council also involved in this process, such as approving several revisions of policy and rules. Our GSAT learnings. We have revised several policy and rules according to GSAT criteria. We built a digital archive to keep all the documents and files. We had our financial report audited by a certified accounting firm. The involvement of all levels in our Scout Association, from the National Scout Council to HQ, is critical in this GSAT experience. It's also critical to maintain a good working relationship between volunteers and HQ full-time staff. These results improve our operations, thus we can provide better programs for more young people. To prepare GSAT, we had established a digital archive to store all the documents and files of Scout Association. The benefit of digital archive is to have easy access to all the data, and we can present all the evidence during the GSAT period. For your information, Our Scout Association has to follow the regulations and guidance from our Ministry of the Interior, being a registered NGO in Taiwan. We have to submit our annual report and financial statement to Ministry of Interior for approval each year. However, the auditor financial report from outside accounting firm is not a requirement on this. Thus, we decided to have our financial report audited in order to comply with the GSAT criteria. This is a very big step in the history of Scout Association. It was fully supported by our national board on this decision. Impact after the GSAT. We would like to share with you 3 significant changes on our operations after GSAT. One is to partnership with other NGO. Second is youth involvement and engagement. And the last is our sound financial management to go through the COVID challenge. First, on the partnership with other NGO, we have a partnership project with Cater Life Foundation to promote the Safe from Harm and anti-drug campaign. The Cater Foundation sponsored our Scout Association to create an online Safe from Harm course. Together with their anti-drug campaign, you can see the Safe from Harm course and also the video page for the anti-drug project. National Service Day. We had a partnership with other NGOs in Taiwan both in 2020 and 2021. We organize National Service Day on the first weekend of December each year, not only to celebrate the International Volunteer Day, but also to promote Scouting value into community by inviting Scouts to do community service projects or fundraising activities all over the country. You can see the Beaver Scout went on to street to collect funds and donations, and all the benefits goes to the other NGO for charity work. Second, on the youth engagement, it has been our common practice to organize National Global Conference each year to create a platform for young people. It's a platform for them to speak for themselves and to cooperation each other for the betterment of our Scouting. Last, the lesson we learned from GSAT, especially from financial management, makes our Scout Association stronger. Thus, we can go through the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our Scout Association was recognized by Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2020 for participation and promotion in public policies. To sum up, GSAT helps our Scout Association to do self-assessment, try to improve ourselves, and get better operation work. We think GSAT is an excellent tool to enhance the operation of our Scout Association. Let us work together to provide better Scouting for more young people. This is the end of our presentation. Should you have further questions, you are most welcome to email us. Thank you. Have a great conference and see you all in 2025 in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you, Scouts of China, and thank you for taking the challenge to undergo the GSAT assessment. May we call on Persikatuan Pengakap Negara Brunei Darussalam to share with us their experiences with GSAT.
Greetings to all. It was just over 2 months ago, Persekutuan Pengakap Negara Brunei Darussalam, PPNBD, carried out its initial and first ever WOSM GSAT assessment. Representing the leadership of our NSO, PPNBD, and the GSAT team, we would like to express our gratitude to Allah Almighty. The whole process of our GSAT project was implemented smoothly. We are extremely happy and excited with good achievements and satisfactory result of high scoring in the assessment. We also like to thank the regional director and staff of the Asia Pacific Regional Support Center for their continuous assistance and support.
Very tough challenge, though, that we had to bear. Firstly, the whole process of the GSAT assessments was conducted in the midst of the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic time in Brunei, with its regulated restrictions. Secondly, not many of us are familiar with the mode of assessment, which was done through virtual platform. Thirdly, the restricted movements. It was rather difficult to access places that we want to go, meet people we want to get informations, and collect documented materials as evidence.
It is difficult at first to understand the actual needs of the GSAT, but with the pieces of advice and guidance of Mr. Peter J. Blatch, who acted as our facilitator, over time it feels relief to complete the required requirements. Chair, meeting the requirements of the GSAT, many evidence such as copies of documents, images, pictures, video clips, etc. In dimension 01,
in the beginning, there is no denying that there are difficulties in getting answer or evidence due to acceptance and lack of understanding from people where I ask for answer or evidence. But when it's given explanation and discussion, Alhamdulillah, it can be resolved and become one of the opportunities to increase knowledge as a learning platform to develop our knowledge. What I appreciate most is the support from the support and the guidance from my teammates.
Basically, it is the stages of planning that are crucial to find the right answer. And then, in order to find the right strategy, you need to read a lot of resources so that you have to understand also the criteria that you are given. For example, for myself, I was given dimension 5 to answer the criteria.
So it is a team success. So as a result of that, we have made sure all the process went smoothly and also went through very well, and were able to achieve an excellent outcome on the program dimension alone. So not to forget the commitment among the community, among the committee, and also among the our great facilitator that drives the process efficiently and also effectively. So the team shows a level of commitment, a high level of spirit, making sure everything is in place and ready to be assessed.
The whole circle of our GSAT project is not over yet, which is expected to complete in March this year, this 2022, with the execution of our action plan, which will start soon. This is a part of continuous improvement program of for Persekutuan Pengakap Negara Brunei Darussalam, at least in the next 3 years.
The accomplishments of our Resume Assessment Brunei Darussalam in December 2021 sketch another memoir in history of Brunei Scouts. This new success development hopefully would inspire our future generations to look after our organizations secure and well. To those who have not done GSAT, may as well consider trying, as this is one and the only advanced tool provided by WUSM at the moment, a mechanism to access and understand our organizations better. A larger step for Scouting to strengthen own NSO capacity that would help and organize its members to create the world a better place.
Terima kasih Brunei Darussalam. The World Organization of the Scout Movement has innovated how it delivers its services to national scout organizations and strengthening their capacity to deliver better scouting to more young people. Another area that we will look at in this Action Time presentation are the experiences of national scout organizations with the WASM services. Nepal Scouts will make a presentation on how they develop their national adults in scouting policy thought through the WASM services. Nepal Scouts, you're on.
Nepal Scouts is pleased and thankful for the opportunity to share NSO best practice on adults in scouting. Nepal Scouts had been putting its effort in the best of its capacity for the management of adults in scouting. It was not enough for the development of adults to support young people through the effective implementation of the youth program. Therefore, we felt a need of expert advices to create a policy document that develops the ways and means by which quality leadership at all levels can be improved through providing better support and management for all adults, resulting in the provision of providing quality youth program for young people. On December 2019, we approached World Scout Bureau Asia Pacific Regional Sports Center for WASM services seeking for the consultation. Being a SAGNO, we also approached to World Association of Girl Guide and Girl Scouts Asia Pacific region as a partner for the consultation process. It was on 12th July 2020 when the team held its first meeting. We proudly received the first policy document on adults in scouting, that is Nepal Scouts National Adult Development Policy, on November 2020. For proper implementation, Nepal Scouts successfully organized the launching event of National Adult Development Policy on 23rd January 2021. The WASM services not only focused on the creation of National Adult Development Policy but also for the implementation of the document. The modality of the consultation was more focused on the capacity building of Nepal Scouts. Now we are moving on towards the initiative that Nepal Scouts has undertaken as a part of the life cycle of adults in scouting for their retention. Since last year, Nepal Scouts has been emphasizing on the leadership development program for adult leaders, capacity intensification workshop, large number of basic training courses to expand scouting community at all levels of Nepal. In order to revise the youth program of all the sections of Nepal Scouts, adult leaders' contribution was significant. Thus, surveys and events were piloted. Leader Trainers Survey, Youth Involvement for Rover Rangers, Virtual Youth Forum 2020, Troop Leaders Meet, Scout Leaders Meet, Strengthening Cop Brownie Scouting in Nepal, Open Call to participate in the Boy Girl Scout Survey, social media group and chat community group like Viber were created to disseminate the information directly to the leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Nepal Scouts, and congratulations on your new National Adults in Scouting policy. Now, conference, the copies of the presentations will be distributed as document file in conference document number 20-22 and conference number 24-22 respectively.
We are finally done with the presentations. We are moving on to a moment you have all been waiting for. We will now announce the results of the elections. We will now announce the 5 newly elected members of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee 2022 to 2028. Conference, are we all ready for the results? Let us show our 9 candidates some love and support at the chat box. Again, let us show our support and love for our candidates in the chat box section. We see some hearts from the Zoom, so keep them coming to show our support for our candidates. We are having all good luck to all candidates. There are also mentioning of NSOs. All the best for the candidate. A lot of more messages are coming in, so keep them coming. Good luck and all the best to our candidates. For the greater APR, definitely indeed. We can feel the excitement brewing up, so we won't keep you waiting any longer. Let us call on the chairperson of the 27th APR Scout Conference and the incumbent chairperson of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee, Ambassador Ahmad Rusti, to announce the 5 winning candidates elected to the APR Scout Committee for 2022 to 2028. Based on the rules of procedure, they will be presented on the screen in alphabetical order based on the first letter of family name. Ambassador Rusti, please do the honor. Thank you, Ambassador Rusti. Once again, there you have it, the newly elected members of the APR Scout Committee for 2022 to 2028. Alshat Alam from Maldives. Brata Triana Harju Broto. Indonesia. Muhammad Zinbidin. Simon Hang Bakrin. And Yung Chin Yang.
Thank you, Ambassador Rusdi. There you have it, conference, the newly elected members of the Asia Pacific Regional Scout Committee for 2022 to 2028. May we request the winning candidates to turn on their videos and let us have our production team put you on spotlight so that we can all celebrate with you. Likewise, we would like to thank the other candidates for presenting yourself to serve this great Asia Pacific region. From all of us at the conference, thank you very much.
We remind our 5 newly elected members to kindly turn on your videos. Dr. Sid Bidil, can you please turn on your video? Once again, conference your newly elected members to the APR Scout Committee 2022 to 2028. Thank you, conference. Please be reminded that we won't be having any session tomorrow, 17 February 2022. We will resume our session on 18 February 2022 at 1200 hours Philippine Standard Time, GMT +8. And that's a wrap. This session is now closed.
Thank you, Diane and Shan, for another great run. Let us give our presiding officers a warm round of applause.
Just before the celebratory atmosphere wanes down, we would like to announce that we will have the APR Scout Foundation Fellowship gathering tonight at 18:30 hours. For those who have registered to attend Foundation, the Zoom link was already sent to you through the email you used to register for the Foundation Fellowship Gathering. So if you wish to join the Foundation Fellowship Gathering, the Zoom ID for tonight is on your screens. We recommend that you take a screen grab of the screen.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, conference. This has been Celeste G. Cananua of the Boy Scouts of the Philippines.
And this has been Bianca May Asalpayadas saying thank you and ta-ta!